Honorable members, there will be a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Please take your seats. Secretary, please read the first
Honourable Chairperson.
Honourable Chair.
Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson.
Honorable Mulder,
Honourable Chairperson, I would like to address you on a point of order. May I proceed?
please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Honourable Chairperson, we received the minutes of the proceedings of last Thursday evening. And if you have a look at the minutes, not only are they incomplete, also not a true reflection of what happened in the House. Now, I would like to refer you to the National Assembly rules. I know this is a joint sitting, but I want to refer you to the National Assembly rules, specifically Rule 327 and 328, because the NA rules remain in force if in the joint rules there are no provision, and that goes for the NCPO as well. Rule 327 says the following: the minutes of proceedings shall be noted by the Secretary and shall, after having been perused by the Speaker, be printed and supplied to members. That has been done, and I have to accept that the Speaker did peruse the printed minutes. Then 328 says, journals of the National Assembly. The minutes of proceedings signed by the Secretary shall constitute the journals of the National Assembly. That goes for the joint sitting as well, but that's not the problem, Chairperson. If you have a look at the Powers and Privileges Act of Parliament, Act number 4 of 2004, find in the definitions clause, right in the beginning, the definition has been given of what journals mean, and I want to quote. It says, journals means any recording of the proceedings of Parliament or a House or a committee, including minutes, manuscripts, and tape recordings. And then I want to refer you to Section 20 of the same Act. And this is where the problem lies, Madam Speaker. The proceedings of Thursday evening may very well lead to legal action, and we all are aware of the fact that there's already been perhaps legal proceedings instigated. Now, Section 20 of this Act says admissibility of journals as evidence. The minutes are being seen as such. And Section 20 says the following: in any proceedings before a court or any other tribunal in which the proceedings of Parliament or a House are relevant, a copy of a journal printed or purporting to have been printed by order of the Houses or the House concerned or the Speaker or Chairperson is admissible as evidence of the journals without any proof being given that the copy was so printed. Now, Madam Speaker, this is our problem. If you look at the printed minutes, and I have to accept that the Speaker did peruse them before they were signed by the Secretary and printed and sent out and to the media. If you look at those minutes, you will not find any indication of exactly what happened in terms of the jam, the points of order taken in that regard, and the undertaking given by the Speaker that that matter will be investigated. So all I'm asking, Madam Speaker, in terms of the rules, in terms of the provisions of the Act, that those minutes be rectified and that we cannot accept the current minutes as true reflection of what happened on Thursday evening. Thank you very much.
Order, members.
Honourable Chair.
Honorable Floyd, I want to rule on the point of order raised by the Honorable Mulder. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Honorable order, members, order. Honorable Mulder, I am indeed aware of the matters you are raising. The Speaker and I have had minutes. We want to give you the assurance that the minutes, the issues you are raising with us will be investigated, but we want to assure you that by tomorrow's sitting, the minutes will be put in the manner which they are usually put.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, with the assurance that the minutes that were deliberately concocted are going to be corrected, we can then now substitute at least one issue that wanted to raise on that.
Honorable
The minutes will not
Floyd,
reflect- The issue that we want to raise on the number 2 issue is
Point of order.
with regards to
Honorable Floyd, firstly, I had not recognized you. I would have recognized you had you given me the chance. Secondly, I have given this House my word that the minutes will be by tomorrow. In the standard that this House, the National Assembly, and all the joint sittings minutes is usually followed. Take my word for it.
Can I then continue on the point of order? And in terms of my understanding of the rules, is
I'm
that
rising
when
on a point of
when
order.
I'm on the point
Chief
of
Whip,
order,
you are rising on the...
there can't be any other member who rises on a point of order when I'm still on the platform. Can the Chief Whip,
Chief Whip, I
of,
will
the
come back to you.
majority party-
Wasimetat. Kubeka katat.
Can the Chief Whip, the program of the joint sitting is agreed upon in the joint programming committee. We agreed that this session is going
My
to start.
point of order relates to the matter he left, not to this next one. So I can't wait for him to finish.
Chief Whip, please be patient. I will give you that. Continue, Comrade Floyd. Honorable Shibambo,
I think those.
please address me, Honorable
Let me
Shibambo.
continue. Let me continue, Chair. That the program of the joint sitting is agreed upon in the joint programming committee that says that this is what should happen. We have agreed in that the sitting should start at 10 o'clock to debate the State of Nation address. Why are we starting at 2 o'clock? I want to drive us tonight so that we can bring those rascals who came to harass us here again at night. Because really we're not comfortable to work until the night because majority of our members get harassed
Please
and then they are
get to
assaulted
the
by
point.
rascals here. So why are we starting at 2 o'clock when there's an agreement that we must start at 10 o'clock? The last issue, Chair, the Speaker said somewhere that members of this House, elected members of this House are cockroaches, are thugs. Where she wanted to clarify that issue before we deal with most of the issues because we want to be assured that we're interacting with honorable members who can at least the integrity of us as individuals and not refer to us as some insects. We want to deal with that issue before we proceed forward. Can that be noted, Chair?
The Whip, you had a point of order. I will rule on this matter.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Shibambo, casting aspersions on the persons and the positions of the Speaker and the Chair by accusing them of having concocted the minutes. I want him to.
Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I rise on the question of the minutes and would like to suggest that because the joint rules don't make provision of how minutes should be recorded and how what transpires in the House, that you refer the matter to the Joint Rules Committee so that they can deal with the question of minutes, their recording, and other matters related to it. Thank you.
Honorable members, I don't want to make a big thing out of something which I have already undertaken will be dealt with by tomorrow. Remember that the minutes for SONAS are always read together with Hansard, and all the information will be provided for tomorrow. On the matter raised by the Honorable Shibambo about minutes being concocted and whatever, that is a matter of the members' opinion. The minutes in Parliament are compiled in a particular way. They are then brought to the attention of the presiding officer, so there is no concoction about it. But I have already said that the minutes will be worked on. On the insect matter, the honorable member referred to it being as insects, so I'm just using the words he used. Honorable members, I think we are aware that there is an insect matter which is doing. We are also aware that that matter did not happen in this house. We also want to allow that space where this matter happened to deal with that matter. So that matter, Honorable Floyd, does not belong to the joint sitting of this parliament. Honorable Steenhuisen.
May I address you,
Honorable Chair.
Madam House Chair?
I have recognized Honorable Steenhuisen.
As you know, Madam House Chair, the House operates on precedent, and rulings that come from the Chair and from yourself form the precedent that determines how we conduct ourselves thereafter. In light of this matter, I think it's very important, and I've checked through Hansard, so I'm aware of it, that the Speaker herself, when making a ruling for members of this House to be removed, relied on comments that, with the threat of disruption that had been made outside this House. So she relied upon it for her ruling. And I would submit to you that if we're going to make rulings in the House, they must be consistent with each other.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Honorable Chair, I'd really like to add on that if you don't mind.
Is it a point of order?
Yes, Chair, I'm trying to, may I address you?
Yes, address me.
Thank you, Chair. Look, we would like to really submit that the dignity of this House, the authority of this House is invested in particular in the presiding officers, but above all, in the Speaker. And her utterances wherever she is, particularly about matters that happen in this House. She was talking about games that are played elsewhere. It could have been a matter of debate, but she was referring to honorable members that she presides over, that she rules over. Number two, about things that happened in this House. It is really critical for the type of relationship we all want to share in here, of respect, of sound, but also above all, so that we can respect her as the Speaker. She really needs to withdraw the comments on irritants, insects, and all the violence that she was calling for on honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Ndlozi, Honorable Steenhuisen, you have made your points. Honorable Steenhuisen, you are right. Our rulings make precedents. You are also right. I do not want to make a precedence of one presiding officer presiding over the utterances or otherwise of another president, of another presiding officer. Because I know that you do know that provision is made of the rules in terms of the constitution of this country, where any of us presiding officers you've got issues with. You are also right in saying that the Speaker is a presiding officer and a leader of this House. I cannot make a ruling, and I cannot apologize on behalf of the Speaker. What I can do is to convey the sentiments and the message of the to the Speaker. That is not a point of order, and that is not a matter I'm going to respond on. I will convey the sentiments and the messages that come from this House on this matter of the utterances she is alleged to have made. Honorable Ndlozi.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, I'd like you to clarify us really. The Honorable Speaker is an honorable member of this House. She is not above the rulings and the rules of this House. None of us are, including her. And therefore, I'd like to challenge you, Honorable Speaker, that it is incorrect to say you cannot make a ruling that binds her. It is not a sentiment that
Honorable
she must
Nkosi, can I
withdraw
remind
the
you of one thing?
questions.
I'm very sorry to interject. First of all, this is a joint sitting. Secondly, you are asking a officer to sit in judgment of another presiding officer, and I think there is something very wrong. That process of how the House Parliament deals with issues which they are not happy about on presiding officers is outlined. Please follow that route. Because you are making me very uncomfortable. You want me to take a ruling on a matter on which I'm not competent to do. She is, members, honorable members, she is the Speaker of the National Assembly. And therefore, she is accorded certain responsibilities and authorities in this House. And that is why there is a whole procedure which is set out on any discontent that the Houses might have presiding officers. Now, if you will, I'd like to get on with the business of the day.
Honorable Chair,
Honorable Malema, are you?
may I address you?
You are insisting.
Honorable Chair,
I'm saying, are you insisting?
everybody else spoke here and they were never asked that.
Proceed.
I don't know what is the problem here because
No,
every time I speak
proceed.
in this house, there is a big problem.
Proceed, Honorable Malema.
No, Honorable.
Order, comrades and members.
That is what with here, comradeship. Instead of matters of
Honorable
Parliament
Malema.
and Honorable. Will you withdraw that comradeship first?
I have said, honorable members, when I realized what I had said.
Thank you.
But in any case, in South Africa, all of us are almost all comrades. You were my comrade not long ago. Proceed, Honorable Malema.
No, Honorable Chair, I want to just make a point that we make a terrible mistake when we come with preconceived and predetermined responses on questions. Because if this matter is raised here, the best would have been for you to say, I note this matter and I shall come back to you, so that you go back and consult the Speaker of Parliament. But because you have been told to come and dismiss us, you don't even subject this matter to a process. We want to discuss the state of the nation, and we don't want to cause. That's why we're here. So we're asking that you don't just dismiss it and not subject it to some consultation with the Honorable Speaker. As another presiding officer, you are correct. You can't make a ruling on another presiding officer. But please take our concerns and raise them with her, and let's see if she will come back and apologize.
Order, members.
We are pleading that you don't come with determined responses, because those are the things that collapses this house.
Honorable Malema, you did not listen to me. To where you are ending. I said that, one, do not make me preside and rule over a fellow presiding officer. Two, I said I would convey what the feelings of this House are around the utterances of the Speaker. That is what I have said, which you are saying in different ways. So I did not dismiss. I did not come here with predetermined whatevers. And I think we must leave it at that, honorable members. I will convey the message and the sentiments of the House. Now, I want to continue with the business of the day. Secretary, read the order.
Honorable Chair, I raised an issue about the process of how this House is constituted. programs of the
Honorable
joint
Floyd.
sitting are agreed upon elsewhere.
Honorable Floyd
Not
Shibambo,
through
please
a
take your
process.
seat.
Please address me on that so that we
Honorable Floyd Shibambo, please take your seat. This is a joint sitting. This is a joint sitting, and I have outlined how this process, you want a process of the minutes. I have said we will follow the usual process of giving joint sitting minutes. I've addressed you. You brought up the issues of the utterances out there. I have said there is a particular manner in which Parliament deals with its business. That process must be followed. I have also then made a third point. I will go and carry the sentiments, the feelings of the House to the Speaker. Honorable, the Secretary Reid.
Honorable Chair. No, you are not hearing Floyd. You are making a mistake. We're supposed to start in terms of the decision of the programming committee at 10. And now we are starting at 2. And there's no explanation as to why this thing changed without the consultation of the programs committee. That's where all of us participate in determining how this parliament is going to be run. You are not going to do it alone.
Okay, please. You are right. I responded to the earlier questions. Honorable members, the joint sitting is called by both houses. We in the NCOP had urgent business which we had to attend to. And therefore, we couldn't have been around at 10 a.m. when we were dealing with an urgent business of dealing with the matter of 1391C in the KZN of a municipality. As to whether this matter was communicated at the whips and at programming, I do not know. I will find out. But that is the reason why the NCOP was not available to be in this house at 10 a.m. I'd like to, Secretary.
Chair, can you put it on record that the explanation you have given is incorrect, because Honorable Chief Whip of the ANC said that we're going to start at 2 because the president is busy with something else. Basically saying that this parliament's program is that who's supposed to come to be accountable to us. We agree in the programming committee that this is when we want to deal with issues of this parliament. And then because he's busy somewhere else, he doesn't want to come to be accountable here. We just change a program like that. Because of one person, 400 elected members of parliament are being run around by one president who is supposed to account here. Let's put it on record that it must never, ever happen again. We can let it go for now. It must never happen again that we change the program of parliament because a president is not available.
Honorable
Please.
Floyd. Honorable Floyd Shibambo. The NCOP had to have a sitting. That sitting took place. That is the reason why a joint sitting could not take place without the other house. As to what you as whips discussed, you and the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, I am not privy to. I have also said that if I do not even know whether the fact that the NCOP had to have an urgent sitting today to deal with issues of the municipalities was conveyed to you. Any other matter, I think we will discover when we engage with the whips outside this meeting. Secretary, read the order.
Honourable Chairperson, I rise on a point of order.
Honourable von Lingen.
May I speak?
Speak.
We had a meeting this morning of the Whippery. We were told in the Whippery meeting that because of the changes in the program of the President, the meeting was scheduled for this afternoon at 2 o'clock, the joint sitting, and that we could slot in our sitting in the NCOP this morning. So it is exactly the opposite, and I concur with the previous speaker. So the stories don't make the same sense.
Honourable van Lingen.
And furthermore, it was not approved by our programming committee to have that meeting this morning on behalf of the NCOP.
Honourable van Lingen. I preside. No, Honourable Nzimande, may I suppress you? We had to have a sitting. I have made a ruling. If members of the National Assembly and now the NCOP say to us, when you want to change the program, please communicate properly and timeously. That point I accede to. That I agree to, that we must do. But I think that the whips need to also go and fix it is that they tell each other when we are not there. Honourable Deputy Chief Whip, please bear in mind that on the matter,
Okay.
whatever.
Okay, thanks.
Secretary.
Debate on President's State of the Nation Address.
Honourable members, I have received a copy of the President's address delivered at the joint sitting of the 12th of February. And this has been in the minutes. The House has also expressed its sentiment about the quality and the content of the minutes. I want to reiterate that this matter will be taken up and that the minutes will be presented tomorrow in this House. I wish to continue to call upon the Honourable, the Minister of Arts and Culture, the Honourable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, J.G. Zuma, His Excellency, the Deputy President, Ramaphosa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Premiers here present, Honourable Members, distinguished guests, comrades, and friends. At the onset, I wish to congratulate our compatriot, Mr. Wouter Kellerman, who won a Grammy Award a few days ago. He was collaborating with Ricky Cage in the New Age category. It is with great joy and happiness that we congratulate the pair for winning the Grammy Award. The album titled Winds of Samsara is inspired by the spirit of former President Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi. Both leaders shared a common vision of peace, love, and humanity. Our Constitution. We are working with the Department of Justice and Correctional Services in promoting the Bill of Responsibility, constitutional values, and national symbols in schools and society. We encourage the reciting and understanding of the preamble of the Constitution. This is done to ensure that our children grow up with positive values and love for their country and their people. We should start identifying projects in our schools and society that give life to these values. On the national symbols, our national symbols, the President highlighted the following. We are already inculcating a new national identity through national symbols, such as the national flag, the national anthem, and the preamble of the Constitution in every school. Prior 1994, there was no nation to talk of. There was no nation. Since the democratic breakthrough, we have embarked on a process of nation building. These symbols are at the core of being a nation. These tangible and intangible features of our nationhood begin with the appreciation and understanding of the national symbols that define us. These range from our flag, national anthem, our national days, the coat of arms, the national orders, the animals and the plants which the country holds dear. Language is the bedrock of culture. Hence, we must take a deliberate action to keep our indigenous languages alive. During the celebration of Heritage Day in September 2014, we publicly launched a book called Passport of Patriotism in the Northwest Province. And this important booklet is intended to deepen awareness and consciousness of on its national symbols. Together with the Department of Basic Education, this year we'll see a mass rollout of flags to schools as part of Flag in Every School campaign. Over 15,000 flags have already been hoisted in schools across the country. In the second phase of this campaign, government will also roll out African Union flags, AU anthem, and Agenda 2063 document in every school to cement our oneness with our continent. Emphasizing this point, the President echoed the following words. From this year, schools must also practice the African Union anthem in preparation for the celebration of Africa Month in May as we implement the African Union decision in this regard, close quote. From the month of May onwards, every government building must host African Union flag alongside our national flag. The month of May will be designated as Africa Month, during which time we'll call on all South Africans to embrace in participation with our compatriots across Mother Africa and the diaspora. The clarion call during this month-long celebration of our Africanness is We Are Africa, opening the doors of learning and culture from Cape to Cairo. During Africa Month, we as genres of arts, culture, and heritage. The Africa Month festivities, hosted with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, will give life to AU 2063 vision of African cultural renaissance, which aims to propel Africa's development and integration. This gift of common ancestry and shared heritage is the fodder that will see us as African continent accelerating the restoration of our glory to become a true global industrial giant. For its part, government is playing a leading role in uniting our people across all divides of race, of color, and creed. Together, the Department of Sport and Recreation, in November last year, again we hosted the program under the theme, Unite for Mandela, Generation 2.0, which was a resounding success. In this campaign, South Africans participated in sport and cultural activities such as cycling, walking, running, fashion shows, performing arts, in particular poetry and music. This year, the campaign should expand across the country. Apartheid spatial patterns mean limited opportunity for sharing of space across race and class, and thus there's still limited interaction across race. The social, psychological, and geographic elements of apartheid continue to shape the lives and outlook of many South Africans, even though apartheid no longer exists in the statute books. In December 2014, on the Reconciliation Day, we continued with the journey to a reconciled society with the opening of the bridge as a symbol of uniting AmaZulu and four trekkers who fought in 1938. Speaking on the occasion, the President said, amongst others, both groups have crossed the river and crossed the bridge in figurative senses, which demonstrate that reconciliation is possible if both sides make an effort. Close quote. We believe this is important because reconciliation does not mean forgetting or trying to bury the painful history of conflict. It means that whilst we remember the pain of the past, we will not allow it to stop us from building better tomorrow. Indeed, if you want to go far, go together. The long walk to nationhood begins with the smallest steps when we begin to learn one another's languages, to tolerate each other's cultures and religion, to listen to each other's fears and aspirations, to understand our pains and our dreams. That way we begin to find the Mandela within us. whilst our economy will continue to build bridges through concrete and mortar, we must build bridges of human compassion and solidarity that shall outlive time itself through the sinews in our hearts. The President spoke about the repatriation of the national liberation heroes Moses Kotane and J.P. Marx to be reburied in South Africa in March. His Excellency went on his appreciation to the government and the people of the Russian Federation for looking after the mortal remains of our heroes with dignity for so many decades. We have already begun the process to facilitate the repatriation of the mortal remains of these struggle stalwarts in collaboration with the Ministry in the Presidency, the Department of Defense and Military Veterans, Public Works, International Relations and Cooperation, Northwest Provincial Government. As the nation is aware, these great patriots can rightly be considered the founding fathers of our liberation. These are people who inspired the likes of Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, and Walter Sisulu, amongst others, to become the selfless leaders that they turned out to be in life. We want as well to express our appreciation to the President for according these burials of outstanding patriots as special official funerals. We'll continue to build inclusive heritage over the next 5 years through building imposing monuments and other symbols that honor the heroes of struggle that delivered the democracy we all enjoy today. Work is underway on many similar legacy projects, which includes, amongst others, underway on the national liberation route with provinces. Similarly, preparations with the Metro of Tshwane and provincial government are advanced in commencing with the building of the Heroes' Eka in Tshwane as the national monument to honor the triumph of the people against and apartheid. More recently, the mortal remains of celebrated and iconic author Nathaniel Nat Nakasa returned to the land of his forefathers as a tribute to Nakasa and the countless literary giants of our nation, including the recently departed author Andre Brink. The government will promote the culture of lifelong learning and reading. We are committed to working towards improving access to information and opening the doors of learning, reading, and writing to all. To this extent, we need as well to appreciate the efforts by the Deputy President in encouraging the youth to read. Last week on Wednesday, the 11th of February, the Deputy President launched a book club in Harare Township in Khayelitsha. One of the pillars of government's work, as defined in the National Development Plan, is nation building and social cohesion. Tenets are at the heart of the quest for true, united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society. In the words of our founder, President Nelson Mandela, nation building, social cohesion, and reconciliation are a spiritual process which requires more than just a legal framework. It has to happen in the hearts and minds of the people. Madam Chair, it is an abiding aspiration of the overwhelming majority of South Africa that by 2030 our people will be more conscious of the things they have in common than their differences. Their lived experiences will progressively and cut across the divisions of race, gender, disability, space, and class. The nation will be more accepting of multiple identities. As we enter the second phase of our transition from apartheid to national democratic society, we have to embark on radical socio-economic transformation to push back the resilient fault lines of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The new society cannot be without a new arts, culture, and heritage. But to create it, the society must feel the world in a new way. We must continue to build tolerance and reconciliation, and together fight racism, tribalism, Afrophobia, xenophobia, homophobia, and all related intolerance. To this end, we need to invoke moral regeneration movement character of positive values. This entails the following amongst others: generating moral vision for South Africa by defining what constitutes morality and rightful conduct, thus laying the foundation for commitment; restoring and anchoring values enshrined in the Constitution, including the respect for human rights and accepting accountability for one's being and action; respect human dignity and equality; improve material well-being and economic justice. And so our call today for all South Africans is to find the Mandela within, because his spirit resides in each and every one of us. His long walk is the embodiment of the African proverb, which says that if you want to go far, go together. When these bridges of the heart are built, we'll begin to heal and free our society from the cancer of racism, xenophobia, Afrophobia, tribalism, and cultural chauvinism, because that way we find the Mandela within. The spiritual process about which Madiba speaks must include the consensus that our prosperity must be driven by the quest for inclusive economic growth. It is a consciousness born of the acceptance that our economy truly belongs to all South Africans, black and white. The successes of building and social cohesion depend on changing the material conditions of all South Africans for better. In this quest, we are informed by the precepts of the country, including the Bill of Rights, which recognize attached to individual freedom is individual responsibility, and attached to collective freedom is collective responsibility. These principles and values are borrowed from the wisdom and magnanimity of freedom, of the Freedom Charter, a timeless monument of courage, nationhood, and justice, which was authored by all our people, black and white. We look forward to the fruition of the Mzansi Golden Economy, a flagship program of the department through which government intends to harness and grow national economy prosperity through creative industries. To protect the rights of artists and creative workers, not to fall prey of unscrupulous individuals in the industry. Work is at the advanced stage towards the formation of the Cultural and Creative Industries Federation of South Africa, and that this launch will happen in March this year. In conclusion, at the heart of the pursuit of these pursuits must be the recognition that we must go together. On that journey, I urge all of us to find the Mandela within us, and in that way, we will move South Africa forward. And I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Maimani.
Honorable the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, members of this House, fellow South Africans and those sitting in the gallery, Bagaetsu Dumela. See, 11 days ago, we lost one of South Africa's literary giants, Professor Andre Brink. That his passing is tempered only by his great literature he bequeathed us. Professor Brink taught us a powerful lesson. He taught us that you cannot blame a faceless system for the evils in society. It is human beings that perpetrate wrong to others. And it is human beings that have the power to correct these wrongs. We would do well to heed these lessons as we debate the state of the nation today. Because if we are to succeed as a nation, we need to start believing in the power of human agency. We need to resurrect the idea that the choices we make, the actions we take, matter. It is true that the uneven legacy of apartheid system weighs heavy on us. It is a fact that black children have the same opportunities as white children. This is a human tragedy that nobody in this house should ever accept. Much has been done to redress the past. Make no mistake. Life in South Africa today is certainly better than it was apartheid. But we need to hold ourselves to a much higher standard than that. We need to become the nation that President Nelson Mandela helped us believe we could become. A place of hope, prosperity, selfless leadership, and mutual respect. And so I think, honorable members, South Africans, the questions we must ask ourselves today is what is holding us back from achieving Madiba's vision? We can blame apartheid. We can blame the global financial system. We can even blame Jan van Riebeck, if you like. But in our hearts, we know what the problem is. We've allowed those in power to become bigger than our institutions, breaking them down bit by bit. We have indeed allowed one powerful man to get away with too much for far. Members, this honorable man is in our presence here today. Honorable President, in these very chambers, just 5 days ago, you broke Parliament. Please understand, Honorable President, when I use the term honorable, I do it out of respect for the traditions and conventions of this august house. But please don't take it literally. For you, Honorable President, are not an honorable man. You're a broken man presiding over a broken society. See, you're willing to break every democratic institution to try and fix the legal predicament you find yourself in. You're willing to break this parliament if it means escaping accountability for the wrongs you have done. You see, on Thursday afternoon, outside this very members of parliament were being arrested and assaulted by your riot police. A few hours later, inside this house, freedom to communicate was violated by an order to jam the telecommunications network. Not long after that, armed officers in plain shirts stormed into this sacred chamber and physically attacked members of this house. This was more than an assault on members of parliament. It was an assault on the very foundations of our democracy, honorable members. Parliament's constitutional obligation to fearlessly scrutinize and oversee the executive lost all meaning on Thursday night. In fact, the brute force of the state won and the hearts of our nation was broken. We knew at that very moment that our democratic order was in grave danger. The question, what did you do, Mr. President? You laughed. You laughed while the people of South Africa cried for their beloved country. You laughed while trampling Madiba's legacy in the very week that we celebrated 25 years of his release. Honorable President, we will never, ever forgive you for what you did on that day. Madam Speaker, I led my party out of these chambers on Thursday night because we could not sit by and watch while our constitution was being destroyed right in front of us. We could not. In fact, the justices walked out. They walked out with the defenders of the Constitution. When we emerged from this chamber, we had the president reading from the code prophets from his prepared text. They were words of a broken man presiding over a broken society. For 6 years, he has run from 783 counts of corruption, fraud, and racketeering that him from before the day he was elected. For 6 years, this broken man has spent his waking hours plotting and planning to avoid his day in court. In this broken man's path of disruption lies a litany of broken institutions, each one because of their constitutional power to hold him account. A broken SARS that should have investigated the fringe tax benefits from Nkandla of corruption that was built by the people's money. A broken NPA that should have continued with its prosecution of the president without fear or favor. A broken SIU, a broken Hawks, a broken SAPS. And so we can go on with the list of institutions President Zuma is willing to break to protect himself and his friends. This is why we're a broken society. Because the abuses do not stop at the door of the union buildings. The power abuse at every level. We have seen many President Zumas in governments, in municipalities, all over South Africa, in fact. Honorable members, I went to Mogalakwena. A woman there who'd not been able to bath for days because of me. The lack of water in Mogalakwena was not a systems failure. It was a failure of your local communities at that time, who in that community have started to fight amongst each other and have long forgotten the people of Mogalakwena. That's whose fault it was. It was, in fact, that ANC councillors waged a factional war, simply fighting over power, not for the rights of the people of this country. Local police officers with a duty to serve the community have been co-opted by factions to intimidate residents and to suppress protest. And rages on, rubbish piles up, sewage pipes continue to leak, and the taps, in fact, run dry. This is all because of broken men presiding over broken towns and broken cities. But they have learned from the best. Kwa Tredgeville, irile ke fitla kopang le ro mong o ranang ho re o lo sokola ka gonne gana motlakase. In fact, madi a hospice go na le go ra lebelle bolang re o dirisa madi a go tsenya fuel mo generator. This is their last line of defense against an electricity crisis that plagues them on a daily basis. The daily struggle funded organization is just one example of the devastating impact this electricity crisis is having on households, on businesses, on schools, on hospitals, countless of society. Where is this accountability from this broken man who claims to be our president, when all he can offer is more of the same, or is our president? All he does is promising to bail out Eskom and secure its monopoly over power. Load shedding is a crisis that will take our economy to the brink of an economic shutdown. Our economy has lost 300 billion rand since 2008 because without stable electricity supply, manufacturers cannot produce, investors are driven away, and ultimately jobs are lost. That is why, Mr. President, when you stand here and promise more of the same, jobs every year that never materialize, we simply cannot believe you. On Thursday, the President said that the NDP's ambition to grow by 5% by 2019 is at risk as a result of slow global growth and domestic constraints. How is it then that other SADC countries are growing at a rate of 5.6%, facing the same external pressures? The answer is our real constraints are because of our policy failures of this particular government. In his 9-point plan, he failed the needs of a solid economic infrastructure. Instead, he left the electricity monopoly with Eskom. He gave the broadband monopoly to Telkom and then left Sunrail to toll our roads in Gauteng. The legacy of this will mean more government bailouts and failing infrastructure, leading us to more job losses, more debt, and a broken society. This broken man has indeed broken our economy. Despite all his past promises, President Zuma failed to tell us last week was that today there are 1.6 million more South Africans living without jobs than when he took office in 2009. Living and breathing human beings being robbed of their feeling of self-worth and their ability to provide for their families. To Nelson Mandela Bay, to Soweto, I met unemployed youth who have lost hope in finding a job. They are victims of an unequal education that serves the interest of a powerful teacher union over learners, where poorer schools go without textbooks, desks, and proper classrooms. The consequences, as parents in Riverlea told me, is that crime and drugs continue to enslave our young people, and drug lords and criminals operate freely within our community. This is the state of a broken society, battling under the burdens of unemployment, crime, power cuts, and an unequal education system. South Africa may be a broken society under a broken president, but, honorable members, the spirit of our people is a lot harder to break. We are standing as people today because South Africans free ourselves from the worst form of oppression under apartheid. Today, we have a constitution and a Bill of Rights that is admired across the world. We have an obligation to future generations of South Africa to make sure that we continue to fight for a fairer society, where there's a greater opportunity for all to live a better life, where the rights and freedoms granted to us by the Constitution are protected. But on Thursday, we received a weak account of the state of the nation from a broken president. We can have a stable electricity supply in, but a war room isn't certainly going to solve it. The president knows what needs to be done to keep the lights on. And this is it. You've got to break monopoly. As long as they're in charge of the national grid, they will act to prevent any meaningful contributions by independent power to our electricity supply. And more seriously, Mr. President, you must abandon the 1 trillion rands nuclear deal. Future generations will pay for this electricity price hikes while we wait over a decade to see any power. And of course, the secrecy behind the deal means there's scope for corruption on a mega arms deal level, as we've seen. We can and we must have an equal education system where schools are properly resourced, teachers are well trained, and there's a commitment from school principals. There are many hardworking educators out there, but the president ignores the need to hold principals and teachers accountable when they fail our children. We believe it's possible for entrepreneurs to flourish with an economy that grows at 8% and grows and creates millions if we make the right choices. But the government's ideas are stale. We need economic infrastructure that is reliable. We need a tax incentive for established business people to participate in mentorship program. We need a national venture capital fund to startups. We need to roll out opportunity centers where advice and support is readily available. We need a real youth wage subsidy that benefits even the smallest of businesses. For our country, we believe it's possible for our country to be a place where streets are safe and communities are healthy places to raise families, where the police are properly managed and trained. But while our communities are overrun by drug lords and the president said nothing about crime on Thursday, where are the anti-drug units? Drug crime has doubled since these were taken away. People don't trust the police. If the SAPS is going to have its integrity restored, it needs to start right at the top with the National Police Commissioner. Our crime-fighting institutions such as the Hawks, the NPA, and the SIU must be led by people committed to fairness and justice, from interference from powerful political interests. We believe it's possible to realize a vision of South Africa where every effort is made to redress the legacy of apartheid through a land reform program that truly benefits those who are denied access to land. All the president has offered is a populist proposal to ban foreign land ownership. This will only kill and jobs. The 17.5 million hectares of fertile soil in communal land must be unlocked for reform purposes. State-owned land must be fully audited and used to fast-track the redistribution to deserving beneficiaries. And farm workers must become farm owners in partnership with commercial farmers through the NDP's system of identifying and purchasing available land on the market. Mr. President, where's that document, the NDP, the one that the ministers don't read, that one? That's the one there. But we all know, Mr. President, that half of the behind you don't support the NDP and will not implement it. Only through bold reforms that go to the heart of the problem will we address the legacy of restricted access to land. National Council Chairperson, the tide is turning in our country. And as Professor Brink wrote in his most celebrated work, A Dry White Season, the image that presents itself is one of a drop held back by its own inertia for one last moment, though swollen of its own weight before it irrevocably falls. As if the water, already sensing its own imminent fall, continues to cling against the pull of gravity to its precarity, trying to prolong it as much as possible. Madam Speaker, let me help you. Change may seem slow, but it is coming. There is a swell starting to build, and when the wave crashes, it will sweep away this broken man out of power. When that happens, we will be there to start fixing our broken society and unleash the potential of every South African. That is why the party I lead in this party will not join other parties in breaking down our institution. Because one day, when we are in government, the very same institutions and this parliament to hold us to account. And so, we will work within the institutions of democracy to hold this government to account. And we will continue creating opportunities for all. We will work tirelessly to build a truly democratic alternative in South Africa. Indeed, I stand before you pronouncing that for my children and your children, their future can only be bright under the DA when we come into power. That change is coming, and suppose you get ready for it. We will restore power to the people. Nkosi sikelele Africa. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. I thank you very much.
Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the Deputy Speaker. The leadership of the Economic Freedom led by the Deputy President of the EFF and the Secretary General of the ANC, Mr. Jacob Zuma. We are here today to debate the State of the Nation address, taking note of the fact that when it was presented, we were not in here because the Speaker ordered police to forcibly remove and assault us from asking a simple question of when are you, Mr. President, going to pay back the money. There is no doubt that you unduly benefited from the construction of your private residence in Nkandla. And in our absence from this parliament, you never said anything about the fact that you unduly benefited and must pay back the money. This is a question today, and you will answer that question on the 11th of March when we meet here. Today, I'm not here to deal with those issues. when we are away from the chambers, being assaulted, harassed, and manhandled by the police, we know rhetorically mentioned the fact that 2015 represented the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, yet nothing you said connects government with the People's Manifesto and the liberation program called the Freedom Charter. And that's what I'm here to deal with today. You said the year 2015 is the Freedom Charter and unity in action to advance economic freedom. It is the year of going the extra mile in building a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexual, and prosperous South Africa. As a matter of fact, before our leadership of the youth movement, there was no mention of the economic freedom in the liberation movement and its entire literature. We started with the conceptualization of the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime, and it's fundamental for it to be attained. And we said we are not going to turn our back against the struggle for economic freedom. We do not have a problem with anyone mentioning the struggle for economic freedom and the Freedom Charter. But whoso must acknowledge that it started when we led the youth movement, and failure to quote that this started under our political and ideological leadership is plagiarism. Those who claim that we stole the struggle for economic freedom from the Youth League are also misled, because we came with it and left with it, and currently the only ones who can speak with authority about the contemporary meaning of the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime. That is why we are called the economic freedom fighters. When we speak about the Freedom Charter, we always mention the reality that when it was adopted in 1955, the Freedom Charter was never a program of the ANC, such that when adopted by the ANC in 1956, it led to the split which genuinely questioned the notion that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. This is a question that we must still be answered, because since the dispossession by colonizers, it looks like South Africa belongs to white people only. They own everything and control our lives and the lives of politicians of the ruling party. What you said is absence. And when the police were assaulting women MPs, breaking their jaws and fracturing their chins, pulling us with our private parts, is not consistent with the Freedom Charter says. And we are here back in these chambers to expose you to the reality. The NDP Vision 2030 is the official program of the ANC, adopted in your 53rd National Conference. The program is light years away from the Freedom Charter, thus mentioning of is meant to mislead the people of South Africa. What we know about the Freedom Charter, which the ANC government will never implement, are the following. The Freedom Charter says the mineral wealth beneath the soil and monopoly industries shall be transferred to the ownership of the people as a whole. And in your address here, you never said anything about the transfer of banks to the people, but complained about banking fees. You never said anything about the transfer of mines and minerals to the people, but referred the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act because white monopoly capital in the form of Total and ExxonMobil said they do not agree with it. Private capital in the form of banks continue to hold millions of South Africans under debt, and many live in homes they do not own. They drive cars they do not own. Use household furniture they do not own. African banks own many of the houses South Africans call their home. This is the state of the nation. The Freedom Charter says all other trade and industries shall be controlled to assist the well-being of the people. Know is that the ANC is committed to a free market capitalism and will never control trade for the benefit of the people. Many goods and services imported into South Africa do not have tariffs, even on areas where the right-wing and neoliberal godfathers like the World Trade Organization say you can have tariffs. In fact, your attributes blame to the organized trade union movement and its demand of minimum wages for high levels of unemployment. Like GIA and ASGISA, it advocates for a flexible labor market. The Freedom Charter says, land shall be shared amongst those who work it. What we know is that the ANC has dismally failed to redistribute land and will continue to buy land from those who stole it, despite the admission that the willing buyer, willing seller approach to land redistribution has dismally failed. It is not a secret that only the EFF campaigned on the banning of foreign ownership of the land. It is only the election manifesto of the EFF which categorically said that there will be no foreign land ownership in South Africa. Thus, your proposal to implement this demand is as a result of how raised it in society broadly. However, you went on to say will be private ownership of land to 12,000 hectares. All credible indicators in South Africa illustrate the fact our country has 14,753,000 hectares of land. With your formula, Mr. President, if we were to allocate this arable land to 12 arable land hectares per person, only 1,229 people will have land. That is not even 1% of the people of South Africa. Langa alone is equal to 309 hectares. Guguletu equals to 649 hectares. Umlazi equals to 746 hectares. Mudantsani equals to 4,555 hectares. Marikana equals to 1,754 hectares. All this combined amount to a little over 12,000, meaning for you, Mr. President, one person can own the township of Langa, Guguletu, Umlazi, Mdantsane, and Marikana combined. And you think with this proposal, you are declaring this year the year of the Freedom Charter. Formula, an arable land the size of Soweto will only be given to 2 people because Soweto is 12 hectares. The Freedom Charter says land shall be shared amongst those who work it. Let us take it further, Mr. President of the ANC. The Freedom Charter says all shall have the right to occupy land wherever they choose. Let's repeat this. The Freedom Charter says all shall have the right to occupy land wherever they choose. But homeless people in the Lusaka community in Mamelodi, when they occupied an your government sent police to forcefully remove them. In El Mafias, where 7,000 people had signed up for houses, government not only sent police to forcefully remove them, it also sought a court interdict to disallow them from occupying unoccupied municipal land. In Sasolburg, Zamdela, when homeless people occupied unoccupied land, again your government sent police, not blankets, water, or electricity, and many were arrested and today face criminal charges, all for asking to call South Africa their home. Your government cannot implement the land clause of the Freedom Charter because it has no commitment to the homeless. It also has no commitment to genuine decolonization. If you do not know, Mr. President, land occupation struggles are happening everywhere in the country, under the bridge cities and by the road signs in major towns and metropolitan areas. In addition, you still need over 2 million houses for homeless people unless you want to perpetuate their hobo status. The Freedom Charter says of learning and culture shall be opened. What we know is that the ANC government has dismally failed to provide free quality education at post and has not built adequate capacity to absorb the entirety of students who exit the secondary schooling level. An average of 9% of the learners who should have sat for exams in 2014 dropped out of school. Your government cannot tell us where they are, what they are doing, and under what circumstances. Mr. President, this is the state of the nation. By the admission of your own government, only 204,522 new entrant opportunities at universities were available this year. This is despite the fact that 532,860 grade 12 pupils wrote matric in 2014. only 403,874 pupils passed with marks that allowed them to study in tertiary universities, either for a degree, diploma, or a higher certificate. However, government cannot tell us what will happen to those who cannot find schooling, totaling a number of 199,352. This is the state of the nation. We are told that thousands of students at Wits University have no place to stay. They sleep in libraries and corridors of university buildings like all hobos you keep shooting at in the townships. This is the state of the nation. It's a fact that in the academic year 2015, 90,000 students applied for admission at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and only 7,000 could be admitted. And still, the university cannot give financial aid to all academically deserving but needy students. The Freedom Charter says the child labor, combat labor, and contract labor shall be abolished. Your own government in 2013 reported that the number of children affected by child labor still remains at an estimate of 821,000. What is the state of these children, Mr. President? Tell us, why are they not in school? In 2012, the labor movement reported that Checkers employs 73,000 workers and only 35% are permanent, earning of 4,000. 60% are supplied by labor brokers earning minimum of 1,800. Pick and Pay employs 36,538, only 16,000 are earning a minimum of 4,500. The rest are part-time earning minimum of 2,000. At Woolworths is the ratio of 70% casuals and 30% permanent. This excludes workers in hotels, restaurants, mining, and construction sector. What is the state of these workers, Mr. President? Tell us, have they realized the Freedom Charter? The Freedom Charter also slums shall be demolished and new suburbs built where all have transport, roads, lighting, playing fields, crèches, and social centers. What we know is that 21 years since the first inclusive election with the ANC in power, more than 15% of South African population lives in slums and informal settlements without basic services. In fact, those with houses like Zamdela, Muthutlung, Mtlakeng, Malamulela do not have basic services. The people of Malamulela are part of Limpopo's second biggest municipality called Thulamela, and the biggest is Polokwane. Your government is refusing to give the people of Malamulela a municipality because they are poor, forgetting that the poverty of Malamulela was worsened by lack of government services and infrastructure. The Malamulela town has not changed since 1994. The villages of Shikundu, Mpambo, Madonzi, Mavembe, Jimmy Jones, Maosini, and all the villages have not seen real development. They are within their right to demand government which will be closer to them. We want to promise you that your attitude will never take this country forward. If you continue doing what you are doing, such will lead to political and social instability. Do not reduce genuine demands of the people to tribalism, because without proper explanation of what causes their continued exclusion, people will always look for easier reasons. The Freedom Charter says, South Africa shall strive to maintain world peace and the settlement of all international dispute by negotiation, not war. Yet your government, Mr. President of the ANC, is involved in the illegal wars in Chad, in the DRC, and Central African Republic. It also voted for the brutal killing of Muammar Gaddafi in coalition with the imperialist forces. The Freedom Charter also says peace and friendship amongst all people shall be secured by holding the equal rights and status of all. But your government killed workers in Marikana and continues to do everything in its power to undo peace through police brutality, including in this parliament. You shall be known as the president who brought violence and not peace from the workers in Marikana right to this honorable house. You shall be known as a president whose rule violated the fundamental rights of members of parliament to hold the executive accountable. You shall be known as a president hooligan because you use hooligan tactics to silence the opposition duly elected to represent aspirations of ordinary and poor South Africans. Only a program based on the mission of economic freedom in our lifetime can truly change the lives of our people, and that program is only found in the EFF. When you are telling a so-called the children of Zenzele informal settlement do not have water, when you are telling the so-called good, the children of Situatla sleep side by side with the rats, when you are telling the so-called good story here, mine workers continue to suffer in the belly of the earth. When you are telling the so-called good story here, Mututlung and Guyane does not have water. When you are telling the good story here, Mogalakwena has got no government and factions of the ruling party are fighting over who should steal more. When you are telling so-called good story here, the women of Princess Magogo have no sanitary towels. We have to save these people by removing you from political office and take political power on behalf of the people. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, by whatever revolutionary means, we will take over this country with the aim of total liberation and emancipation. Of violence and harassment will stop us from taking over this country. We will do so as a generation with a mission. We are not scared, neither are we scared of you or your factions, including the state institution, because we know that we shall overcome and victory is certain. Metero ya bula.
Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency the Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the House. What happened last Thursday was an embarrassment to our country that should make us deeply ashamed. The integrity of this House shreds in front of our honored guests, diplomats, dignitaries, and citizens we serve, and in the whole world, leaving us with the fundamental questions that must be answered. Today, however, President, Deputy Speaker, lest we fail our people again, let us focus debate on responding to the state of affairs. Last Thursday, Mr. President, you quoted many numbers. Our citizens could quote many more numbers, like the 300 billion a year, which is the loss to our economy from an unstable electricity supply, or 45 million, the presidency's unauthorized expenditure over just 2 years, or 3.2 million unemployed youth who are frankly unimpressed by 203,000 jobs being created, some of which are no more than just temporary jobs. What about 23 million, which is the number of Africans who are living below the poverty datum line? There are many significant numbers we should be talking about, but today I want to focus on just three numbers: 164, 15, and 14. 164 is the difference, Honorable Deputy Speaker, between a child born into our poorest community and one born into our most affluent suburb. A South African household living on the poverty datum line would need to save every cent of its income for 164 years in order to put a child through one of the South Africa's elite schools, a school with a laboratory, a computer center, program, 164 years. That is the level of inequality that exists after 21 years of our ANC government. Isn't it time the ANC started being honest with us? In 1994, the ANC promised a better tomorrow. In 2015, they're still promising a better tomorrow. But now we know that when they say tomorrow, they mean sometime in the next 164 years, provided that corruption disappears, the energy infrastructure doesn't collapse, and our economy miraculously a way to pay back the mounting debt this government is accumulating. I urge you, Your Excellency, not to ignore the meaning of the Infrastructure Commission when it points out the amount of bureaucratic squabbling taking place, when it points out the poor planning that is taking place, and weak execution at different levels of government. The words in the report we state, quote, "We will not meet the manifesto target," unquote, means simply this, that the ANC has misled the electorate. It's not enough to say 92 schools have been built. It's an improvement on only 33 built in 10 years in KwaZulu-Natal. But it comes nowhere near the 1,000, which was promised in the ANC's election manifesto. It's nowhere near good enough. We can commend only the strides which the government has made in fighting HIV and AIDS. In this case, we give credit where credit is due. We all appreciate what the government is doing as far as is concerned. But in so many other areas, the ANC doggedly pursues bad policy. Our economy's major push forward, which you mentioned, Mr. President, will not come from what you say, boosting the role of state-owned companies. When Eskom needs 23 billion and Southern Airways can't afford to fly internationally anymore, it's time to stop supporting state-owned companies, as the President says. Because pouring good money after bad won't ignite growth in our country. Let's consider the UK's example when Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher privatized parastatals and the economy in Britain dramatically turned around. Instead, as one Business Day reader points out, the ANC seems inclined to follow the Russian policy, Rovka, which Stalin once confessed to Churchill to mean denial, disinformation. 164 symbolizes every broken promise and every leadership failure under the ANC. The second number I want to focus on, Deputy Speaker, is 15. 15 is the number of months we have left to awaken South Africa to the power and responsibility that we hold in our hands. In 15 months' time, we will vote in local government elections. This is our chance to change who runs our municipalities and to put watchdogs in place in municipal councils. This is our chance to change 164 and to make tomorrow a day we can actually see. The third number is 40. There is in South Africa only one political party with 40 years of experience in governance. There is only one party that hasn't abandoned its founding principles or somehow changed its values over the course of 40 years. In March 2015, the IFP will celebrate 40 years of service to our nation. 40 years of speaking truth to power, 40 years of clean governance, and 40 years of courageous leadership. You can laugh until the devil laughs his lungs out in hell. It won't change the truthfulness of what I'm saying. The way to change 164 in 15 is by looking to 40. In 1975, honorable members, Inkatha Nkululeko Yesizwe, was founded on the liberation principles that my uncle, Dr. Pixiga Isaga Sam, laid at the foundation of the South African National Native Congress in Bloemfontein, our longest liberation movement in Africa. The principles of equality, inclusivity, negotiation, and violence were the principles on which it was built. And this was the approval of the President of the External Mission of the ANC, Mr. Oliver Reginald Tambo. At that time, Mr. Mandela encouraged those who were released, who were incarcerated with him, that when they come out, they must come out and help me. And many stalwarts of the ANC joined Inkatha, such as the widow, for instance, of our leader, Inkosi Albert Luthuli, Mama Nokhanya Luthuli, who was a card-carrying member of Inkatha. She was. Yeah, she was. You can say, she was. Soon 1 million card-carrying members of Inkatha rallied under the black, green and gold for our liberation movement. I was raised in the ANC Youth League, and Inkatha was founded in the mold of the ANC. We shared the same goal of freedom and the same principles. I worked with Oliver Reginald Tambo until 1979. So there came a point when our organization split, for our ideologies could no longer coincide. Then the ANC abandoned our founding principles and engaged in the armed struggle and the People's War. In the midst of bloodshed and division, it was left to Inkatha to continue the legacy of our original struggle on the principles of 1912. Thus, Inkatha, across racial divides, I brought different peoples together, first through the Buthelezi Commission, then there was Natal Indaba, which gave us South Africa's first non-racial, non-discriminatory government in the KwaZulu Joint Executive Authority. We proved long before 1994 how governance for all, by all could be reached. The English have a very good expression about what is going on. Where ignorance is bliss, it is folly to be wise. The South African Black Alliance, which I chaired, included Africans of many ethnic groups, Indians and I worked with Ms. Colin Eglin, Dr. Francis Labert, Dr. Zach de Beer of the Progressive Party. The only meeting that I had one-on-one with Mr. Foster was when he called me up to Pretoria to ask me why I was using by the Progressive Federal Party. I said, why? Do you say they are using me? He said, but you address their congresses. I said, if the National Party invited me, I would address their congresses. I counted individuals like Mrs. Helen Suzman and Alan Hans. Even 10 years into democracy, all of you know that I reached out to inclusivity when I established the coalition with Mr. Democracy with Mr. Tony Leon. Inkatha sought to engage parties across the political spectrum, advocating level-headed and genuine engagement on the issues. We did this in an environment of vibrant rhetoric and political agitation with the hope of bringing solutions that every South African could embrace. We seek to unite and not to divide our nation. 40 years later, the IFP remains committed to the founding principles of the cycle as propounded in 1912. They are our principles that we can never abandon. We look now to the state of our nation with deep concern. Mr. President, if the ANC returned to the founding principles of 1912, they are with the ANC. But while self-deception bars the ruling party from doing what needs to be done, continues to stand in opposition, even if this means standing alone.
Okay. Honourable Member, I'm afraid your time has expired. We apologize. Thank you. Honourable Majodina.
Sekela somlomo walendlu. Kuwe mongameli welizwe nosekela wakhe. Iziphathamandla zonke ezikhoyo namhlanje zidwesha nani zidwangube. Ndivumeleni izinkokheli zami ndithi ngqanga nentsiba zayo. Ndithi maqobokazana ngalale ndleleni yazini kunyembelekile. Ndima apha ndizowuvuma kwaye ndibetha umnwe kwintetho yakho mongameli welizwe. Ibile ke tletse hore ke kgalemele nyatso. Ukhongolose olilweleyo elilizwe. uthi kuwe Mongameli uyibekile intetha yesulungekileyo intetha enenyani inyani yodwa lowo nendlebe makeve ngoba indlebe zinto zophula kodwa kongafuna uphulaphula uba nazo indlebe zibe sisihombiso kusibhukubhuku senhloko kaloku Mongameli ubekile umkhombandlela kubalulekile into yoba ndigqithe kumalungu amabini alilunganga ilungu elima kule ndawo lifike liqindlu uthe umnye ulungu bekeme apha eyakhe ipati iye yaphuma ikhokhelwa nguye amalungu bewemshiya phakathi.
Yes, honorable member. Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable member.
I'm rising on the rule on the point of order, House Chair. Sorry, Deputy Speaker. The English translation that came through said that the honourable member is rising to respond to the lies told by two members in this House. Would submit that members of this House are honourable. They do not tell lies in this House, and would ask that if that what was said that she is asked to withdraw it.
Honourable member, do it quickly.
Apha
Icho. Withdraw. Withdraw. Ukuthi amalunga akushiwa kanjalo endini.
Hayi ndithaphosisile.
Withdraw ma'am, please.
Ilungu alixokanga liphosisile. Okwesibini akuyonyani.
Honorable
Deputy
member.
Speaker.
Honorable member, please take your seat.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable
Deputy
member.
Speaker.
Bonke abantu baxhamla amalungelo. Bonke abantu bayalawula eMzantsi Afrika. Iminyango namacango namaziko ezemfundo avuliwe. Umcimbi womhlaba uyaziwa into yoba process uyenziwa into yoba mawubuye ebantwini. Umuntu othi akwenziwa nto ngumuntu ongayaziyo into yoba iANC isekele ngantoni na. Mongameli wesizwe wena into obuyenza xa ubume kule ubunika ingxelo yonyaka owodwa iminyaka 5 yalo rhulumente abantu bebelindele ke into yoba uzawunika ingxelo yeminyaka emihlanu khulu kulombutho ngoba namhlanje uhamba kumzila owagangathwa ngobuchule ngonkosi uDalibhunga Thurhaka kaMandela asilahlanga nanye kwizinto bezimele uComrade uMandela thina siyazazi izingqiza loRhulumente kwaye umuntu ongafuna ubona ngumuntu ofaka ishades endlini kumnyama kubalulekile ke into yoba isidima sabantu bakowethu sibuyile isidima sabantu abangomama abantwana kunye nabantu abakhubazekileyo abantu abakhulu ngenxa yemithetho epasiswe ngokuvuma utikitye wena namhlanje ngenxa loRhulumente ulizwe ovumayo athi ndikhokhela isizwe esilambileyo kwaye ndizawungenelela ndingenelele ngokunceda ngezixhaso igrant okwenza ilizwe lixhomeke kwigrant uRhulumente okhathalayo owazi uba abantu babengalali bengatyanga ayilohlazo lonto kwaye ke Mongameli ingcango zivuliwe ezo abantu mabafana abangathathi intweni kamandi ndithetha ndingakhange nayophonononga ngokwembali ngoba mna ndiproduct yepoverty ndime kule ndawo ndiproduct yehunger ndime kule ndawo andiresearch ngepoverty ngulo rhulumente wayengekho ngaba ndatele kodwa abantwana abazalwa emva ko-1994 bayaxhamla ngenxa yalo rhulumente izixhobo zokuphila ziyanikezelwa ebantwini bakowethu abo bafuna uqala amashishini mama baqala amashishini baqhube inamhlanje libhetele kunayizolo batsho abantu belelizwe ukuba bebengatsho Mongameli welizwe nawe Khongolosi ngabe awukho namhlanje abantu bavumile bekhona ababangxolayo bathi qhuba ANC abantu banethemba Mongameli kwaye bayayazi uzibadanise labithemba limile okweankile yomphefumulo kwaye bayayazi into yoba amaqhala abo onke abaphosa kulo bakhathaleleyo ukhongolosi. Imithetho yesizwe kuyafuneka into yoba sinqande isimilo ayikokumila kakuhle kodwa indlela othetha kuba kunezimilo ezikrasukileyo ezigcwala amaqhakuva enemihlisela ezinamathumba into omdala ethetha abethukwa ayizosimilo loo nto. Asilalizwe lezimilo ezitenxileyo nangowuphina umzuzu.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, what are you raising on?
I rise to ask the member a question, Deputy Speaker. That a woman should be beaten up of this house by men.
Honorable Member, you are not supposed to speak before the member agrees whether to take. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Kubalulekile ke ndichaze into yoba ilizwe loMzantsi Afrika abantu leyo ngqondweni nakubugcisa bayayazi into yoba owabo umhlawulelo iAfrican National Congress balwela izobakhusela nangophina umzuzu kwaye izobaphuhlisa ekubeni babone ubomi obubhetele bekungenje eMzantsi Afrika.
Honorable, please take your seat.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 14B. Can you please remember to lower the volume because we really can't hear the interpretation, Honorable Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Singh, that's a frivolous point of order. Take it further away from your head. No, I'm talking to you. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Kuhleke into babalwelwe namhlanje bathetha uthethiwe ngathi bakhwele hagwini. Kuba umbutho wesizwe wenze kwamandi kwabamthebelele kwabanje.
A point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Elunye ekhongothwa sizinja yehambayo.
Speaker.
What's your point?
Hayi suka.
What's your point of order? Honorable Member, take your seat, please.
The point of is that the Honorable Member is speaking about Ihaku. I don't know if there is Ihaku here. So
No.
I don't know who's... I think she's taking from the Speaker that there are cockroaches. Now she's continuing to say the Gunamahakula.
Honorable Member, if any such reference is not to you, why do you bother? Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Sorry, point of order.
What are you raising, Honorable Member? Honorable members here are honorable members. You know that. Yeah, Honorable, proceed.
Deputy Speaker, while you were busy delivering your ruling, the honourable member turned to members on this side of the House. She gestured in a way that was threatening, and then repeated. And then repeated the word "suga" twice. We've had a ruling in this House as early as late as last year, where the word "suga" has been ruled unparliamentary. She withdraws.
What word?
Suga.
Suga. Honorable members, Kathleen.
Deputy Speaker.
Kathleen.
Deputy Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Honorable members, can I address seat? Take your seat. Take your seat.
Not me.
Take your seat, honorable members. Honorable members, please, man, let's conduct the business of this House order. Your language, your gestures are out of order if they provoke anybody else. Let's keep to the points that are appropriate. Now, honorable members, I request you, please, man, the word "suka," no. You disrupt the House if you talk in the middle of someone speaking here. Please do not do that. Proceed, honorable member. Honorable member, just take your seat. Yes, honorable, what are you raising on?
Speaker, siyasizwa nathi isiXhosa. Umama uMajodini usibiza ngamahagu here. Amahagu sawagcina kuthanda imodise ewabulala efame yakhe. We don't have pigs here.
Proceed, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I want to draw your attention to the requirements that you're out of order if you raise a frivolous point of order, and you know what it means. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Order. Order, Speaker.
Honorable Ndlozi, what are you raising on?
I'm rising on a point of order, Chair. May I speak, Chair?
Speak, proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, please rule. We are rising that it is inappropriate for the honorable member who is addressing us, honorable members of the House, as pigs. It is not frivolous. It is not frivolous. Even as a point of analogy, to compare honorable members, Mahaku is unhonorable. Please rule. It's not frivolous.
Take your seat, Honorable Member. We'll check Hansard and we'll come back to you. Honorable, the Speaker on the floor, proceed, please.
Sekela Somlomo. Umongameli welizwe makathoba umoya. Ngoba abantu balomzantsi kwakho. Kwaye bayawubona umahluko ubungekho kuminyaka yangaphambili. Abantwana bangazange bayazi uba bangaze bakwazi ukungena esikolweni namhlanje baya esikolweni bengahlawulanga nto kuba ukhona urhulumente wabo. Abantwana bayatya ezikolweni namhlanje ngenxa yorhulumente wabo. Abantu abadala bayayazi into yoba ukhona umuntu obalwelayo. Seleka ingakumbi la ncediswa ngurhulumente. Amaziko wabantwana abancinane urhulumente umntwana ngamnye nokuba usezilalini noba uselokishini na yonke lonto yenziwa ngenxa yesikhokelo se-African National Congress ohleli kuyo mongameli kwaye uSikatsisinyeya president hobane re teng ka mora hao ebile rona batho ba South Africa re a dumela hore re na le mookamedi re na le kgabane ya mookamedi a re etellang pele. Uzungavumi ke African National Congress nawo mongameli kukho abantu ithi xa isenyuka eqhineni imoto bafaka ibrick imoto ayifaka ibrick isenyuka eqhineni ngalo mazwi ke ndivumele ngoba ndiye ndayichuba injobe ndayibeka ebandla ndithi huntshu qhuba mongameli.
Honorable Shilembe.
Honorable Chair.
Yes. Honorable Gozi.
No, I wanted to check additional for Imbongi to conclude by saying, hey,
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, Hlonishwa Mengameli, amalunga eParliament. The State of the Nation Address of 2015 will forever be remembered in South African politics for all the wrong reasons. What was supposed to be a dignified event turned into a collective night of shame. As the National Freedom Party, we believe that the presidency has become the antithesis of democracy, the very same democracy which so many so much for. Our state president has systematically surrounded himself with close political allies within his cabinet and within the government. And these allies have seemingly pledged their loyalty to the president and not the interests of the country, or even the ANC for that matter. Our state president, honorable members, has created a high-speed gravy train for him and his allies to serve and cater for their needs whilst our country is slowly sinking into a crisis we never have imagined. On Thursday, we watched with sadness as our state president sat laughing while fellow elected representatives were forced and violently ejected from this honorable house. Painful intimidation we witnessed in this house made the address of the state president meaningless. South Africa did not pay much attention to what he was saying, honorable
members, because we are all right by the scene of a mob of hooligans storming into this August house, organized and called in by the Speaker. I specifically use the term mob of hooligans because even up to now, we still have no clarity on who they were. The National Freedom Party honorary members finds that the State of the Nation address was a mere repackaging of previous empty promises, giving rise to far more questions than answers. The land reform issue is a piece. We are also perplexed at the one-size-fits-all approach to the size of farms. Surely, the state president and his advisors must know that agriculture is not a homogeneous sector. Different farms have different needs, and this applies to the size too. Whereas a 1,000-hectare wine farm in a water-rich area may be sufficient to a productive farm, a 1,000-hectare farm in the Karoo will not support enough sheep or such a farm economically viable. Was this obvious distinction considered before the decision was made to restrict the size of farm across the board? We, as the National Freedom Party, believe that he did not apply his mind to this issue, as with many other issues he touched upon in the State of the Nation address. We are also unclear about the figures bandied around by the President, trying to convince South Africa that the government cares for our youth. The stated 25 million rand distributed by the National Youth Development Agency and the 2.7 billion rand fund created by a partnership between National Youth Development Agency and the Industrial Development Corporation tells us nothing about how it will empower our youth. Furthermore, we are unclear about the figures quoted with regard to the youth employment. The tax incentive scheme for business to employ young people does not create permanent jobs on our members. It serves to assist with skills development. So we should not allow ourselves to be hoodwinked into believing that this is a success story as far as the job creation is concerned. Neither should we be lulled into a sense of reliance on the employment opportunities created by government programs for this are desperate interim measure that does not create permanent jobs. The state of housing in South Africa is yet another aspect we as the National Freedom Party find to be confusing despite the figures presented by the state president. Alluding to the new house build, we find that informal settlements are mushrooming relentlessly across our country. We put it in our members that the ANC government of President Zuma has coordinated a systematic plan to reduce informal settlement and address the in our country. We are also of the opinion that the government under the leadership of President Zuma is failing to address service delivery. It is ironic that the vast majority of service delivery protests that are continuously flaring up across the country occur in ANC-led municipalities. Why is the government upon these municipalities to attend to the grievances of the protesting communities? The answer is simple. Honourable members, the President and the ANC does not have willpower nor the political integrity to call itself to account. The ANC government under the leadership of President Zuma has lost its political and moral compass. The National Student Financial Assistance Scheme is another failure which we can lay at the feet of the President Zuma and his government honourable members. As we speak, several of our universities are plunged into chaos because students are voicing their anger because they are being denied their right to further their education and prepare adequately for the day when they could take their rightful position as productive members of the society, bringing with them knowledge and skills to contribute to the country. These crises we see in our universities, honourable members, is not only educational crisis. We are faced in South Africa. The state president was silent on the issue of the drop in the matric pass rate and chose to highlight the number of schools. We would like the president to tell us how many of these schools are in fact new schools and how many were mere replacement for math schools. Thank you.
Honorable Masaba. Mahambi Slala.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, Honorable President, Deputy President, Speaker, and Chairperson of the NCOP. Fellow members, allow me to greet you. Deputy Speaker, when defining what a democracy is, Adam Prioski captures it as follows. Democracy is the realm of the intermediate. The future is not. Conflicts of values and of interest are inherent in all societies. Democracy is needed because we cannot agree. Democracy is only a system for processing conflicts without another. It is a system in which there are differences, conflicts, winners and losers. Conflicts are absent only in the authoritarian systems. Inevitably, we accept that there will be conflicts in our democracy. However, we expect that our conflicts and differences may be resolved through consensus. We have every right to demand accountability from our elected representatives. With this in mind, Deputy Speaker, allow me to interrogate this question, which has caused so much conflict in this House. On the face of it, asking, when certain monies will be paid back may seem like a valid question. I would not haste to point out that this question, which has caused so much contestations and consternations, is premature. This question is a tool used for a populist end. Its premise is that an amount has been determined, or we know exactly how much should be paid, yet nothing could be further from the truth. The public protector herself has not made pronouncements on how much be paid and what must be paid for. So, how then do we ask, when are you going to pay? In essence, honorable members, this question is not one predicated out of conviction for accountability, but on opportunism. This kind of opportunism is not surprising from a group like EFF. They have who has made anarchy and hatred of President Zuma his ideology. Honorable Malema offers nothing else but hatred and anarchy to this legislature. As some have discovered in his very own clique, he is the embodiment of hypocrisy. Through his rebellious antics, he portrays himself as someone who has conscience. Perhaps there is light at the end of the tunnel for those held captive to the cult of commander-in-thieves. The rebellion we see in recent times invokes a passage out of George Orwell's epic work in the book 1984. I quote, "Until they become conscious, they will never rebel. And until after they have rebelled, they can never be conscious." I close quote. Honorable President, very little can be done about individuals who attentively listen to manipulate your words for them to display their hatred of you. Sadly, opportunism breeds opportunism. DA has joined the bandwagon. Honorable Maimane, through his rhetoric, portray himself and his organization as the guardians of the Constitution. Honorable Maimane, very quick to run to the court to demand administrative justice. The premise of this approach is supposedly based on the fact that liberalism rests with access to justice, freedom of speech, political freedom, economic freedom. Birds of the same feathers flock together. However, let us look here. Where they governing? Can we find any tangible evidence of them transforming previously disadvantaged communities? Let us look at Kwalanga, the oldest township in the Cape Town. There are no signs of economic development in that community. The most recent The most recent example of DA's hypocrisy has manifested itself through a matriculant of Manyano High School in Khayelitsha. Manyano High School has been terrorized by gangsters. Appeals for intervention for the DA administration have been utterly ignored. Despite this, Sanele Mangena, a pupil at a very troubled school, defied the odds. The assistance of hardworking, dedicated, and excellent teachers, Sanele obtained 6 distinctions. Sanele obtained an outstanding 91% on mathematics and 81% on natural science. Sadly, had Sanele been white and had Sanele attended school in Constantia, would have been remarkably different. Race under the DA administration is still a central determinant to access basic rights like the right to education, which is enshrined in the Constitution, Section 29. What is it that you protect, Honorable Maimane, the Constitution or white privilege? Faced with a tragic situation, Sanela's dream found refuge in the ANC constituency office. We could have ran to the courts like the DA, but we chose to be where the actions are. My constituency office solicited action from the Deputy Minister of Education and Training, Honorable Mduduzi Manana. Through his intervention, we kept dreaming of Sanele. We applied the letter on the Freedom Charter. The doors of learning shall be opened. Another school, Amanda High School in Khayelitsha, obtained a pass rate of 92%. This amazing achievement was swept under the carpet. The hard working of was not commended by your provincial administration, Honorable Maimane. Why would you, Honorable Maimane, represent such an organization? An organization that has steadily protected and advanced privilege and their interest. Deputy Speaker, the DA should be exposed for what it is in this house. They use the likes of Honorable Maimane of transformation, whilst in policy, they continue to oppress previously disadvantaged communities. This is a classic liberal trait, pretending of the native, yet stepping them in the back. Chairperson, each one of us sitting here today represent a constituency in this rainbow nation. For example, I carry a mandate to serve our people in Khayelitsha. Honorable members, my constituency is incarnation of the inequality some of us eloquently speak of in this pedestal. During consultations with the people of Khayelitsha, I am reminded too often that a nation as wealthy as ours should not be custodian of such abject poverty. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Freedom Charter does not envision a South Africa in which some of its citizens live in a place where inequality is the order of the day. We all know the level of inequality in our country is not paralleled by most countries, and as the gap widens, we continue to entrench an economic legacy that our forebears sought to eradicate. Deputy Speaker, there has been numerous approaches by our government to find solutions to this ailment. However, before I move to those solutions, I must emphasize the following. Radical policies which have failed in other countries should not be entertained by this legislature. EFF must learn quickly that revolutionary sounding phrases can never be equated to policies. Our responsibility as legislators is to halt the soaring inequality in a country that is endowed with all kinds of mineral resources and favorable climate. Whilst the government continues to produce progressive policies, these policies remain idle on paper if we are not able to implement them. A stark example of this is here in the Western Cape, where the black communities still resemble the days of apartheid. The provincial government could not be bothered about the economic development of these communities and have made them of progress. Upon taking charge, the DA administration, without any explanation, real development and a development agency, affectionately known as the Red Door.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Honorable Hill Louis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a welcome relief to see your face in the chair. Deputy Speaker, if ever South Africa needed final proof, then last Thursday showed that the ANC will not listen, it will not learn, and it will never change. The ANC has to be voted out of office. Seeing the Honourable President laugh at what he witnessed in this House, I was reminded that this President is a win at all costs kind of politician, the very worst kind, for whom political survival trumps everything else. We saw on Thursday night a President who is willing to sacrifice anything: the sanctity of Parliament, the Constitution, the future of our country, all to save himself. This is a President who will not go quietly. But he is guilty of no more grave indictment than the neglect with which he has treated the South African economy. Madam Speaker, this President is the kind of leader who is happy for others to lose their jobs so that he can save his. Make no mistake, Mr. President, you must answer the questions about Nkandla. You are not above the law. But let me be very clear. Nkandla is not the most important charge you face. The most important charge this President faces, and that voters must hold him accountable, is his government's wholesale destruction of good jobs and the failure to grow our economy. That is his legacy. There are now 1,600,000 more unemployed people than on the day he took office. That is the staggering number of people who are unemployed because of this President. But he has no shame in sacrificing all of their jobs to save his. Mr. President, I went and worked it out. For every day that you are in office, 730 more South Africans become unemployed. For every day that you are in office. That is the staggering measure of the destruction you wrought on our economy. President Zuma, by a mix of vague leadership and political expedience, has broken the South African economy. Mr. President, on Thursday you said, "Siya Sabenza, we are a nation at work," quote unquote. Honestly, sometimes I wonder whether I live in the same country as our President. No, sir. No, sir. No. We are not a nation at work. We are not a nation at work. 36% of the nation is unemployed. 54% of the nation live below the poverty line, according to your own government statistics. Because of us. It doesn't even make sense. You're in government. You're in government. How does that even make sense? GDP growth has dropped in every single one of the years of your presidency. Not once has it increased. This is how South Africa will remember you, President Zuma. This is how history will remember you. If you are to have any hope of recovering your legacy now, you must take drastic action to reform the economy and back the policies that work. But frankly, I expect the same. For example, just a few weeks ago, President Zuma, you spoke with rare clarity at Davos about your commitment to and your commitment to not shy away from the tough reforms necessary to turn our economy around. But no sooner had your plane hit the tarmac that your claims that South Africa is open for business had been exposed as lacking all credibility when you announced a ban on foreign land ownership. Here, President, here's a direct question that I'd like you to answer in your response. Here's a question. Why do you say you committed to attracting investment, but then consistently propose policies that are guaranteed to discourage investment and cost jobs? It doesn't make sense. Are you really so scared of the radical left that you prepared to surrender economic policy making to them? Or is it just the worst kind of cynical politics in which you are pandering to the xenophobic instincts of some disaffected voters in Gauteng and some ministers in your cabinet, the province in which you are most vulnerable? I think, to be honest, it's just another example of you looking after your own interests rather than the nation's interests. Anything to stay in power. President Zuma, South Africa needs to promote and attract, not to discourage and deter new investment, especially in our agribusiness sector, so that they can expand, produce more, export more, and employ more. And on producing more, in every single you became president, you've included a line about the money allocated to the DTI's Manufacturing Competitiveness Enhancement Program, the MSEP. But speak to the average investor, and they will tell you how completely dysfunctional that program is. Businesses go bankrupt in the months and years they wait to even get a response to their emails. This is no way to invigorate the economy. The ideas in the New Growth Path and the Industrial Policy Action Plan are simply too weak. Millions of jobs that South Africa needs. And in any case, the Cabinet is too divided to implement it. On that score, Mr. President, you must settle the economic policy standoff in your own Cabinet. You need to personally lead the economic policy making process and the debate yourself. You place far too much trust in Minister Davies and Minister Patel. If those two ministers, Davies and Patel, are telling you that the economy is performing well, or that the next big growth spurt is just around the corner, or that all that is wrong with South Africa is the fault of the global economy, then they are misleading you. They are giving you poor advice, and you should fire them. Madam Speaker, South Africa is literally and figuratively in a dark place. In these times, we need a president who wakes up every morning thinking about the economy, eager to find new ways to put South Africa on the investment map. Instead, we have a president who spends every waking moment trying to stave off the latest crisis relating to his personal conduct. A president who is happy to sacrifice the ordinary people to save his own job. The DA is not in the business of single-issue protest politics, nor are we exercise in vanity for the flyovers, the gun salutes, and the disproportionate security that you have amassed around yourself, Mr. President. The DA is a party of government. We aim to govern to improve the lives of the people of South Africa. We aim to govern to provide South Africans with the opportunities they deserve and to make our nation a fairer place in which to live. We are in politics to win so that we can benefit, not the well-connected few. We eat, sleep, dream, and live every moment thinking about how to grow this economy and create the jobs our country needs. That, honourable members, is the difference between the DA and the ANC. We are the government of opportunity, of social justice, of growth. You are the government of a broken economy, a failed legacy, and 1,600,000 more unemployed people than when you started. Mr. President, you may never answer to this House. You may succeed in us for the sunset years of your term. But you will never avoid answering to those voters, to those unemployed South Africans who you down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kaula. Can you continue the debate?
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the President Msholozi, Your Excellency the Deputy President, I want to preface by a quote that honesty is a very expensive gift, therefore never expect it from cheap people, unquote. The same goes for integrity, for accountability, for reliability, for Ubuntu, for owning up, for responsibility, for respectability. The list goes on and on. Mr. President, the image of your statesmanship as South Africa's #1 citizen is very important to the country. If this image goes up, the country goes up with you. If this image goes down, the country goes down with you. Right now, the image of our country is at rock bottom, unfortunately. I subscribe to the current popular sentiment that South African political and/or governance system is crying out for leadership. Your presidency, Mr. President, is characterized by the instability in important government institutions like the NPA, the Hawks, the judiciary, the intelligence services, the police, and the Chapter 9 institutions. Some of these are nearing a state of paralysis because of lack of proper leadership from government. More often than not, it is the usual mistake of cadre deployment that comes back to haunt the presidency. In education, South Africa has been piloting one program after the other since 1994. This to the detriment of the future of our nation. This has badly compromised the quality of the education system that government offers to our youth. A young South African who was born in 1994 has had to finish matric in 2014 on pilot programs. They themselves have become pilot projects of this government. This has seriously jeopardized the quality, adulthood of our young South Africans. The President spoke about the construction of 3 new power stations, Medupi and Ingula, in order to resolve the energy crisis currently experienced by the country. The President further says that this is not a crisis but a challenge. The fact of the matter is that the country is building 2 power stations and not 3. The third one referred to, Ingula, is a pump storage scheme and not a power station. I wonder why the President is running away from the term crisis when industries are losing millions of rands a day and tens of working hours per day due to the power cuts. When hundreds culminating to thousands of jobs get lost because of power cuts. When millions of South Africans get destabilized in their daily lives because of power cuts. This is indeed a crisis and not merely a challenge. The President presented the State of the Nation and had an interview with SABC about this speech on Sunday. It provides an interesting observation that the issues presented on Sunday differ widely from those issues presented on this day. For example, the President in the interview spoke about protest action in Malamulele and other areas, spoke about attacks on foreign nationals owning shops in the townships and villages, all these issues which were not touched on the State of the Nation address. Coincidentally, one minister in your government, Mr. President, speaks in a manner which incites the attacks when another minister in the very same government speaks against these attacks. This presents a confused government in policy approach. Unemployment, despite the President's advices to the contrary, we note that it continues to increase and that we still have one of the highest unemployment rates in the world and that this has not changed since 1990. According to a recent HSBC report, economic growth and GDP were lowered by 0.3% to 1.6% for 2015. The rand dollar is at the lowest since 2008. Honorable Speaker, the endless rhetoric over the last years by this presidency and government is now leading us into a perfect political and socio-economic storm from which we fear there will be no return.
Honorable Kaula, your time is expired.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
May I call on the to continue the debate?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency the President, Deputy Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members and our guests in the gallery. This 5th term of Parliament patently marks a defining moment in the history of our beloved country. Honorable Chairperson, as I stand here today in this House to address my honorable colleagues and our nation, the authenticity of this non-racial parliament, which was once only a dream, now serves as a sharp reminder of where we come from as people. As the nation watches today, it is with great pride that I come face to face with the torchbearers and inheritors of the freedom to celebrate the remarkable progress that the ANC government has made on the international stage over the brief 20-year period of our young democracy. Honorable Chairperson, as enshrined in the preamble of the Freedom Charter, and I quote, "We the people of South Africa declare for all our country," okay, as enshrined in the preamble of the Freedom Charter, and I quote, "We the people of South Africa declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white," close quote. This great country of ours, international pariah, to one of Africa's leading participants in the global stage. Our smooth transition to democracy instantly placed us on a pioneering path as one of Africa's leading states. Our movement, guided by the Freedom Charter, which in fact remains the cornerstone of the national relations strategy. The Freedom Charter emphatically declares that South Africa shall be a fully independent state which respects the right and sovereignty of all nations. It further declares that South Africa shall strive to maintain world peace and the settlement of all international disputes by negotiations, not war. It also states that peace and friendship amongst all our people will be secured by upholding equal rights, opportunities, and status. Honorable Chairperson, 60 years after the adoption of the Freedom Charter in 1955, this declaration on how to position ourselves on the global stage remains as relevant today as it was then. This in itself proves that our core values as an organization cut through time, geographic locations, racial and class lines. This ANC government, as guided by the Freedom Charter, has always and will continue to commit itself to multilateralism, the fight for human rights, social justice, the facilitation of peace conflict resolution, and the transformation of global political and economic order. Since the inception of our democracy in 1994, South Africa has built strategic partnerships with various countries and international organizations to assert the African agenda on the international stage. Today, South Africa has far-reaching representation across the globe in the form of more than 50 embassies, consulates, and offices around the world. To give a brief overview of some of our challenges and achievements in building solid international relations with key players on the global stage, it is pertinent that I factually outline a few of the triumphs our country has reached, and as well as the challenges we have faced during the existence of our democracy. Honorable Chairperson, the NDP asserts that the most significant achievement in South Africa's post-1994 international relations has been our ascent to the group of 20 finance ministers and central bank governors, commonly known as G20. The NDP further highlights the fact that one highly significant outcome of our membership to the G20 was that South Africa was invited almost regularly to the Group 7 meetings of the world's most powerful elites, which is that political leadership that effectively decides on the direction of the world affairs, universally known as the G8. In recent years, however, there has been a moderate decline in this invitation. This has been due to the overall demise of the golden decade of African diplomacy, spanning from 1998 to 2008. Honorable Chairperson, as we stepped away from the shadows of an international pariah state to become the most celebrated African country in the global arena. We have also experienced many structural changes and transition, which help define our identity as a global participant. We remain well poised and committed in our resolve to engage and deliberate in the strategic structures such as the G20 and G8 in order to effectively articulate and advance the African agenda. History also reminds us that our previous engagements on this platform were both fruitful and mutually beneficial in our advance towards a progressive global order. We are currently faced with the colossal task of clawing our way back to the top of African countries in the forefront of world matters on the global stage. It is our collective responsibility to rise as government, as the business community, civil society organizations, as well as citizens of this great country to reclaim our rightful place in the global arena. We did it in 1994 when we collectively stood for something we all believed in, and together we succeeded. We became historic pioneers of transformation nationally and globally. We instantly became one of the most celebrated countries in the world, perceived as heroes and heroines by people who reside in countries and cities some of us never even heard of before. And that, Madam Speaker, is the remarkable impact that rising up as a nation that is united in its diversity to accomplish. Honorable Chairperson, there is no single reason why we cannot rise up to conquer in the same way we did in 1994. This time, we will collectively champion an agenda that spans beyond the borders of our country. Together, we will become pioneers of the great African agenda. Honorable South Africa's involvement in the UN has also seen a few milestones since the inception of our democracy. While South Africa is not a member of the United Nations Security Council, we have a non-permanent seat. In 2015, the UN celebrates its 70th anniversary, but the Decision-Making Security Council, composed of 15 member states, of which 10 are non-permanent and 5 permanent, remains largely unchanged. South Africa is therefore decisively calling for transformation of the United Nations Security Council to be more accountable, democratic, representative, and to work for reform of global governance institutions so that their decisions promote equity and fairness. Honorable Chairperson, one of our finest moments was when we became a member of the BRICS countries in the year 2011. Indeed, this was a noteworthy milestone imprinted in the history pages of our country. It was a defining achievement worth celebrating. Some questions have been raised about our country's membership to the BRICS due to the fact that South Africa's economy is smaller than that of the BRIC economies. The NDP, however, affirms that South Africa can play a leading role in BRICS by helping to facilitate deeper integration of relations between African states and the other BRICS member countries, and by focusing on their niche advantages. The NDP further asserts that South Africa has several strengths that can be used both when negotiating with BRICS and in broader global negotiations between BRICS and the world. In going forward, the NDP recommends that South Africa's foreign relations must reflect its role as an equal member and strategic African partner in the BRICS groups in world affairs in general. We will contribute to the African agenda for industrialization and regionalization for sustainable and inclusive development. The ANC is satisfied with the notion of trade, political, economic, security, environmental, and social exchange that will develop from the BRICS relationship. Honorable Chairperson, Our involvement with the BRICS will provide us with a fair opening to reaffirm our political voice on the global stage as one of the fastest growing African economies with increasing influence. The ANC is hard to break this country out of the inherited mold of this fragmented economic structure that we inherited from the apartheid regime. We are fully committed to strengthening relations with the business community in order for us to collectively chart a common cause that will carve inroads into the global arena for the economic advancement of our country, which in turn will impact the lives of ordinary South Africans at large. Solid international political affiliation with associations such as the BRICS are critical aspects of our strategy towards the radical economic freedom of all our people. We are indeed proud to be associated with the BRIC countries, and we will continue to utilize this platform as a powerful instrument to further the African agenda on the global stage and to further expand our economic, social, and political standing in the global arena. Honorable Chairperson, securing world peace and fighting for human rights are ideals that remain at the center of the ANC government's political mandate. Therefore, we will support the African Court on Human Rights, strengthen the AU institution to ensure that they serve the interests of the people and promote democracy and good governance across Africa. We will continue to show our support and encourage peace in the Central African Republic, South Sudan, Democratic Republic of Congo, and many other parts of our continent. The ANC's commitment to safeguarding peace and security in the African continent has seen us committing many of our young men and women to peacekeeping missions on the continent. The ANC will continue to play a critical role towards restoring peace across Africa, first and foremost by taking action and speaking out against acts of terrorism that directly affected the men, women, and children of this great continent of ours. Honorable Chairperson, the kidnapping of more than 200 schoolgirls by Boko Haram insurgents sent a shockwave across the globe in April 2014, compelling South Africa together with many other nations to add their voices to the Bring Back Our Girls global campaign. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC condemns the kidnapping and rape of women and children as an act of war. We therefore remain deeply concerned with the disappearance of these girl children. We will continue to communicate with the government of Nigeria to keep track of progress made for the safe return of these children whose human rights have been grossly violated. As an international agent of change for Africa, first and foremost, we resolve to take the lead in the process of reviving the Bring Back Our Girls campaign on the global scale by means of using as a means of communication in order to bring the matter back to the center of the international agenda. We will call all international change for Africa to join this noble fight for humanity for the safe return of these vulnerable children who are in need of urgent help from the global community. Honorable Chairperson, our experience as a once oppressed nation under the apartheid has indeed heightened our intolerance to governments that perpetrate acts of violence and oppression against humanity. The UN General Assembly designated 2014 the International Year of Solidarity with the people of Palestine in an effort to foster global action and direct peace negotiations by the UN. Sadly, the year turned out to be a gray one for both the Israelis and even more so for the Palestinians. As discussions broke, violence escalated. In July 2014, Israel invaded the Palestinian territory of Gaza, which led to the...
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Yes, sir.
We are debating the speech of the president. But the president was sleeping. He's waking up now that
No. Honorable member, that's not a point of order. May you please sit down?
Thank you.
And please, can you continue with the debate, Honourable Member?
As discussions broke down, violence escalated. In July 2014, Israel invaded the Palestinian territory of Gaza, which led to the death of hundreds of Palestinian civilians, many of them children. Honorable Chairperson, these incidents harshly remind us of a time that held black South African captive under the commands of white dominion. Our history compels us to respond to this cries of this vulnerable nation of Palestine. The ANC has therefore pledged solidarity with the people of Palestine, and we will continue to speak out against the occupation of Palestinian territories by the Israeli government. As international agent for global transformation, fighting for human rights and social justice as enshrined in the Freedom Charter, we will support any means to force the Israelis to free the people of Palestine, which includes the imposition of economic sanctions against Israel. We will not end this fight until the people of Palestine have gained absolute liberation from Israel's dominations. We have also played a critical role towards the campaign for the Cuban Five to be freed from prison in the United States of America. As asserted in the ANC's January 8 statement, we celebrate the release of the remaining 3 members of the Cuban Five and applaud President Raul Castro and President Barack Obama for taking a step in the right direction to secure peace between Cuba and the USA. We further wish them well in forging the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Honorable Chairperson, one of the greatest leaders to walk the face of our planet during our times, the great Utatu Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "What won't create success, but the freedom to make it will," close quote. Today we live in a country where we are free to move, to dream, to create, to define, and redefine our own destinies, regardless of our race, gender, class, or creed. Our children go to school freely without fear of being massacred in school benches as an act of war. Our girl children are encouraged to get an education and to reach for greatness. Our women hold prominent positions in government, in business, and in various civil society and international organizations. The great men of our nation are also fighting to roll back the shadows of our history by defining and redefining their own destinies as we collectively work towards building lasting legacies that will stay on the global platform long after we are gone. As South Africans, we should be truly proud to be South Africans because we have peace and stability, the liberty to rise to greatness in our own country without fear of being incarcerated or even executed because of our race, gender, class, or creed. Today, our country is truly this vision as declared in the preamble of the Freedom Charter. We, the ANC, believe that we are a great nation to be proud of and that many war-torn countries can learn from our history and present-day circumstances in order to build and secure system for all the men, women, and children of their own countries. Honorable Chairperson, the last 20 years of our young democracy laid the foundation for us to announce our socio-economic and political greatness on the global platform. 20 years to come. Therefore, this era demands that we collectively display decisive leadership on the stage by closing the gaps between government, the business community, civil society organizations, and the people of this great country. Let us rise up as a collective to chart this great cause forth for the next 15 years as defined by the NDP, with the people of South Africa. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I thank you.
May I therefore call on Honorable continue the debate?
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, may I hear the order?
May I address you, Chair?
Yes, you
may. I rise on Rule 14S. Chairperson, it's been practice and convention in the House that when members are in this House, we refrain from wearing party political regalia for obvious reasons. Now, I know that given the infighting, it's becoming more and more important to identify yourself in the ruling alliance. But has that changed? And if so, is the Honourable Minister of Higher Education appropriately dressed in light of that convention, given the lapel badge he's wearing?
Well, Honorable Nzimande.
Honorable Chair, I'm willing to apologize, but the political party shown here is not represented here in Parliament.
That's exactly what I wanted to make a ruling on. To say I can't remember that party being a member registered with the IEC. So therefore, may I allow Honorable Holomisa to continue with the debate?
Thank you. Chairperson, Honorable President and Deputy President, and honorable members. One of the 5 priority areas for this administration, as identified in the State of the Nation addresses of 2013-2014 financial year, is the fight against crime and corruption. We have noted and welcomed the report on work done in the area of corruption. We may as well add, Mr. President, that in our small way, the United Democratic Movement has, in support of the campaign against corruption and the promotion of ethical governance, helped the Independent Electoral Commission to reclaim its image. The UDM has also advised you of a potential irregular expenditure of no less than R500 million of public funds by the then Minister of Communication, Mahmoud Dainapule. You intervened, and what would have been an unprocedural expenditure was averted. The UDM will continue to make our contribution in this important task of nation. Accordingly, and in the interest of the public, we have already referred to the Public Protector for an investigation into allegation of possible wrongdoing in the Jobs Fund established in 2011, with an investment of no less than 9 billion. In the interest of the image of Parliament, the UDM has also asked the Public Protector to investigate the alleged involvement of the Speaker of National Assembly in the Goldfields Mine BE share transaction. We will follow these matters until they are concluded and will keep. The UDM is currently considering the best way of dealing with the irregularities in brand involving Treasurer General of the current ruling party. The reported involvement of police in serious and violent crimes related to murder, armed robberies, rapes, thefts, torture, and burglaries is a cause for concern. The government must attend to this. The instability at the top echelons of the crime-busting institutions in the country is a cause for great concern, and we invite government to give urgent attention to the resolution of this situation. Madam Chairperson, during the apartheid days, security forces were preferred above a political approach in resolving political problems. As the apartheid government was gradually losing grip, they intensified this strategy, including sponsoring what was called black-on-black violence. You will surely recall that those assassins would even go to an extent of painting themselves black at night. These were meant to suppress the divergent views from political opponents. That strategy failed as politics emerged victorious. The difference with the incident last week is that the security forces were disguised as parliamentary chiefs. One thought they would bring us water, which was needed in the house at the time. Alas, it turned out to be trained armed deployed to diffuse engagement on a political matter. Having been drilled and dressed in parliamentary clothing, their only mission, Operation Eject All, was to be executed willy-nilly. Both the Speaker and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces the President owes the nation an explanation. Regardless of their explanation, the way to get to the bottom of this incident and avoid invited visit by the apartheid tactics is of a judicial commission of inquiry. Madam Chairperson and honorable members of this House, truth be told, the scandals associated with our president have replaced the role of this House and division in the middle. It is no longer about the citizens of this country. The president has presided over the vicious attacks on the institutions of our democracy. Confidence in our judicial system is under pressure due to cases involving him in our courts. In the process, investor confidence is diminishing with the lowest ever rate. Finally, unfortunately, the citizens do not vote for a president in this country. However,
Honourable
we cannot
member, your
continue
time
in
has
this
expired.
way. It's time to say
Honourable Olomisa.
South Africa first. We say,
Honourable
President
member,
ANC,
your time has expired.
take your president, mtateni awuphumule ekhaya.
Honourable member.
Siqhubeleke noMzantsi Afrika.
Honourable Van Damme.
Honourable Chair, 2 weeks ago I visited the town of Jan Kempdorp.
Order, honourable members.
Let me start again.
Can we allow the member to continue the debate?
Honourable Chairperson, 2 weeks ago I visited the town of Jan Kempdorp in the Northern Cape following the alleged rape and racial abuse of a learner by his peers at a local high school. During the visit, members of the community informed me that racial tensions in the town had been simmering for many years. The situation in Jan Kempdorp is in no way an isolated one and occurs frequently across South Africa. Just yesterday, there were reports of learners being subjected to racial abuse at a school in Witbank in Mpumalanga. It is tragic that 21 years into our democracy, racism is still rife in South Africa. Racism is one of our country's biggest wounds, festering untreated. We cannot continue to pretend that racism only exists in specific enclaves. It is not a problem unique to any geographic location. Racism in Cape Town, racism is a problem in Johannesburg, racism is a problem in Durban. It is a problem in every single corner of South Africa.
Yes, but now it's
Our young people are unfortunately not immune to the evil that is racist beliefs. Sadly, many children in our country are raised by racist parents who teach them hate. It certainly does not help that some schools still perpetuate this hate by segregating learners according to race. We cannot have the situation where our young people are being taught to hate by parents and schools. It is time for governments to take a tough stance about racism, and a tough stance to be taken against racism in the ANC. Honorable Mahlambe Hlala stood here earlier on saying black people in the DA can't think for themselves. That is apartheid thinking and it is racist. The ANC must also deal with its racism. As the DA, we are taking a tough stance against racism. We've made it clear that we are not a party for racists. Racists are not welcome in the DA. Honourable Chairperson, it has to be made clear in the minds of our children that there are dire consequences for racist behavior. In Germany, education is used to make sure that new generations will never forget the Holocaust. Stop being xenophobic. The Holocaust is not limited to historical facts, but makes sure that young Germans appreciate the values and institutions that protect freedom and democracy. We need something similar in South Africa. In addition, I think it is important for municipalities around the country to initiate dialogues about racism, like the...
Just take your seat, honourable member. Can you use your mic?
Is it parliamentary for you to be xenophobic?
Honorable Chair, is it Parliament? Somebody who's not a South African to participate in the Parliament of South Africa.
Point of order.
No.
Point of order.
No. I've not even made a ruling. Order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, are you going to allow me to make a ruling on the matter? Are you going to allow me to make a ruling on the matter? Honorable Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, are you going to allow me to make a ruling on the matter? May you please allow me to make a ruling on the matter? And the ruling is such, it says follows. That is not a point of order. I'll allow the member to continue with the debate.
Honourable Chairperson.
Point of order. Members of this House, Chairperson, as you know, are elected through specifications laid out in the Constitution.
Honourable
He has made an allegation that she is not a South African.
No.
He must withdraw.
Honourable member. No. There's no point. I don't know what is the level of excitement. I don't know why I was excited about this. Because I must keep quiet and listen to you. Maybe I must listen then to you. Because the point is very clear. I allowed the member to speak on a point of order, and the member raised his point in a question form. And in my response, I then made a ruling to say that that is not a point of order, and I'm allowing the member to continue with the debate.
Chairperson.
May I recognize you, Honorable Kat?
Thank you. Notwithstanding that the Premier of Free State raised on a point of order which was in a question form, but there is an insinuation that he's making for the public to know that there is a member who's not a South African. He must be called to order.
Honorable members, may you take your seat? May you take your seat, please? No, may you take your seat? May you take your seat, please? Honorable members, I have made a ruling. And my ruling is that that is not a point of order, and therefore I'm not going to entertain it, and I'm allowing the member an opportunity to continue with the debate.
May I address you, please, House Chair, with respect?
Okay.
House Chair, there have been rulings, and if one looks through the annotated digest of rulings, parliamentary, even in the form of a question, a rhetorical question, to make an allegation that a member is not honourable. By saying that the Honourable Van Dam is not a South African citizen, is saying that it perpetuated fraud and it casts aspersion on character. Let me please finish, Chair. All I'm asking is that you ask the Honourable Member to withdraw the statement.
Honourable members, seated here, I did not hear a statement that alleges. No, we don't have to be excited about it. There was a statement that alleged, but rather there was an order that came through a form of a question for which I made a ruling. It is not a point of order, and I'm allowing the member to continue speaking. Can you continue with the debate, Honourable Member?
Honourable Chairperson, a couple of weeks ago...
Chairperson.
Are you challenging my ruling?
Yeah, Chairperson.
Okay, fine.
No.
Honourable Member, may I therefore advise you that if you are not happy with my ruling...
No, it's not about the ruling. A point of order, another point of order.
It's another point of order.
Yes, sir.
That is irrelevant. That is different from this one.
Different what? Chairperson, according to you, you are saying it was a question. And according to this sitting, listen to me, Chairperson, don't shake your head. Listen to me. According to this rule, according to this sitting, when you ask a question, you first ask if the member will take my questions before he can ask a question. Now, according to him, he didn't even ask if the member is prepared to ask a question. He just made a statement. I want a ruling on that one.
Okay, honourable members, I have made a ruling. And my ruling is that that point of order that was raised by the member was not a point of order. And I requested the member to take his seat and allow the member to continue with the debate. Honourable Van Dam, can you continue with the debate?
Honourable Chairperson.
Honourable Chair.
Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson.
Okay. Honourable.
If the honourable member can start from the beginning, I've forgotten everything that she said.
Okay. May you take your seat, honourable.
Chairperson, I respect the fact that you have the right to rule. We disagree with the ruling, and can we ask that you examine Hansard and come at a later stage with a more determined ruling on the matter?
Just as you are asking me to do that, that's exactly what I'm asking you to say, that if you are aggrieved by my ruling, there are processes that you can follow in order to deal with this. But for now, I have made a ruling and I'm ordering the member to continue with the debate. Can you continue, Honorable Van Dam?
Hey, my time's not up. Honorable Chairperson, a couple of weeks ago, there were foreign nationals in this country that were attacked and murdered. And you should be ashamed, Premier of the Free State, to stand up. Sis!
Honorable Member.
As I was saying.
Van Dam, may you please address me?
Sorry.
Even if you are not looking.
Very Honorable Chairperson, the Premier of the Free State should be ashamed of himself, sis. As I was saying.
No, Honorable Van Dam. The word sis.
May I be...
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Deputy
I
Chair,
recognize.
you have over and over insisted that language that is not in conformity with this House should not be allowed. Cease is not in conformity with this House.
I withdraw sis and I say his behavior is disgusting.
Honorable Van Dam. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable Van Dam, may you please withdraw the word cease.
I withdrew sis. I did withdraw sis.
I asked the Speaker to withdraw the word cease.
I withdrew it.
Honorable Van Dam.
I withdraw the word cis.
Thank you very much. May you continue with the debate.
As I was saying, on the issue of racism, I think it is important for municipalities around the country to initiate dialogues about racism, like the Mayor of Cape Town, Patricia de Lille, has done. Such dialogues are, of course, not a cure-all solution, but could inform any policy interventions required. Honorable Speaker, I think it is also time to realize that our education system is not doing nearly enough for our young people, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Over the past 20 years, we have made significant headway in expanding education access to more learners. However, learners from disadvantaged backgrounds are still being left behind. If we calculate the 2014 matric pass rates, taking into consideration the learner retention rates, it reveals that in essence, only 1 in 3 matric learners passed. Almost a quarter of the total bachelor passes were produced by schools considered more affluent, with only 1 in 10 produced by the poorest schools. Due to insufficient funding being allocated to NSFAS, those learners from disadvantaged background who passed may not even make it to tertiary institutions. Like racism, inequality in our education system is still rife. There was little or no detail in the President's State of the Nation address about how this inequality would be dealt with. In fact, education was only mentioned 3 times, focusing almost exclusively on education infrastructure upgrades. We will be taking announcements on infrastructure upgrades with buckets of salt.
Honorable Member, unfortunately, your time has expired. May I therefore call on the Minister for Cooperative Governance, Honorable Pradip.
Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members, some by convention, some by substance, and honorable Chairperson. On the 11th of February 1990, 25 years ago, President Nelson Mandela was released from prison after spending 27 years in jail. On his release, he said, and I quote, "The destruction caused by apartheid on our subcontinent is incalculable. The fabric of family life of millions of my people has been shattered. Millions are homeless and unemployed. Our economy lies in ruins and our people are embroiled in political strife, end of quote. He spent the next 10 years putting in place a constitution, a democratic government, and a program for transformation of South Africa, the Reconstruction and Development Program, which still serves as our foundation. The moral courage that Tata Madiba displayed in staying true to the values of non-racialism and reconciliation should still serve as an inspiration to all of us to transform the lives of our people, all our people. Chairperson, this debate takes place at a fascinating and crucial moment in our short democratic history. The contest for the support of different sections of our society and their vote has reached a stage where principles and vision matter little. In a vain effort to project ourselves as sole guardians of democracy, some amongst us engage in rank opportunism and brinkmanship. What we often refuse to do because it's too risky is to tell the South African public the truth as it is. That change, the truth is that change is a messy, uneven, unpredictable process. That change does not have a straight line trajectory. It has many bumps, many zigzags, and many potholes, both figurative and literal. So for anyone to come to this platform and to say to the South African public, leave it to me, this side here is completely incompetent, this side has all the competence in the world. The question we must ask this side is what organization or institution of substance have they run in their lives to give people the confidence that they can run this country? In a world in which tax evasion by the rich is rife, we rarely hear this voice raised. Where Swiss accounts often protect malfeasance, where the top 1% will soon own more than the 7 billion people on earth, where there is no immediate answer to the challenges of growing inequality and alienation in society, some of us use the rhetoric of constitutionalism and the mantle of righteousness to hide the real simple rank careerism. Looting from the fiscus and patronage of a sophisticated sort for our favorite clients. Ours still remains the task in the ANC, notwithstanding the many hurdles, a better South Africa and a better life for all 50 million people in South Africa. We in the ANC do not have the luxury of merely preaching and complaining and moaning and analyzing. We have the responsibility to continue the work of changing South Africa, of giving people hope, not despair. We are not a broken organization. We are not a broken country. Chairperson, the local government sphere provides a unique microcosm of all of the challenges that face progressives who earnestly want to change both the structure and the daily suffering of some 50 million people so that they can live better. We want our 50 million people to live in dignity and decency. We want them to live in harmony and peace, not in strife. We want them to live in safety and be creative contributors to a different and caring South Africa. A crucial part of this program of overcoming the divides of the past is the project of building a new nation in which non-racialism and non-sexism will thrive. The of our people is embraced with increasing understanding and respect for different cultures, religions, and languages. The ANC, we insist, remains the leading champion of transformation in South Africa. Notwithstanding many challenges and impediments, the ANC remains the most committed organization to pursue the task of transforming local government and thereby the lives of all sections of South Africa over the next few decades, because it is going to take decades to do the work we have to do. Local government, honorable members, is both the site of great excellence, as I will point out in a moment, and a site for the most regrettable neglect. We will not deny this reality. Ours is the ability to continue to change the reality faced by our people daily, not just criticize and condemn. The President, in his address on the 12th of February, announced various measures to support district municipalities, ranging from funding for electrification projects agri-park initiatives, commercial farming to support 300 farmers, the upgrading and funding of informal settlements, support to mining towns, amongst others. The narrative about municipalities is often a very negative one. We need to change that narrative to ensure that this topic is approached in a balanced manner. Government, they'll keep quiet in a moment, just watch. Government is thus not shying away from challenges facing our municipalities. But as government, we refuse to fall in the trap, as I said, of pronouncing that South Africa is a doom and gloom country. Ours is the responsibility to restore the necessary confidence in this crucial government. We believe it can be done. Over the past year, a number of municipalities have taken initiatives to promote municipal excellence and innovation across various fields of service delivery and socio-economic development. Let me mention a few. For the period April 2014 to February 2015, the Joburg Roads Agency program, it's called Find and Fix, was recognized by Microsoft South Africa as the Microsoft Application Development of the Year in 2014. The Fix and Find app, which empowers citizens of Joburg to help themselves in the city by providing concise and accurate information about road-related for which the JRA is responsible, is very useful. Now let's come to Overstrand, which is a DA-controlled municipality. I want to hear the heckling now. This municipality was the winner in the category of waste management during the 2014 Greenest Town competition and the new Prickstool biofiltration water plant, which received an award for excellence in municipal engineering from an engineering organization in South Africa. Let's congratulate them. Let's be fair. The municipality of Umhlatuze, Richards Bay and Empangeni were recognized for the installation of a computerized system that monitors sewage flow and picks up faults on the grid. Umhlatuze won the award for the best performing municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. As we celebrate 21 years of freedom, we must acknowledge that the critical role local government has played in significantly enhancing basic service delivery to millions of South Africans. But while major advances have been made, it is true that significant challenges remain, and we in the ANC won't hide from those challenges. Challenges such as increasing inward migration and urbanization into our cities, apartheid spatial patterns which still persist in our country, the character of our towns and cities still essentially being what they were in the past, basic service delivery backlogs, problems with infrastructure maintenance, amongst others. In addressing these challenges, we must recognize that municipalities are at different levels of development. In terms of their capacity, they have different challenges, they operate in different geographic locations, and they have different economic and revenue potential. Through the Back to Basics approach that the President launched in September last year, where he pronounced on the 5 key pillars of the Back to Basics approach, we want to radically transform the way in which municipalities operate. Our injunction to all municipalities, regardless of which political party controls them, is put people first and listen to their concerns and respond to them. Ensure that there is good governance in municipalities, and if there isn't, take the necessary actions. Ensure that financial management, audit results, and financial prudence is practiced in every municipality. Above all, ensure that services are delivered in the way they should be to the South African public, and build institutions in a way in which future generations can benefit from the resilience of these institutions. Crafting a new deal for cities is an important adjunct to the Back to Basics approach. Through the Integrated Urban Development Program, the restructuring of the city's space and economy, by instituting changes in land use planning and management, and coordinating investments in public transport and the built environment, we will ensure that there are changes taking place in the urban environment in South Africa. To create a voice for and a platform for engagement with cities, we are establishing an intergovernmental forum for engaging metros and large cities to deal with the specific challenges that they actually face. We are also quite frank about the fact that where there are problems, we will be bold enough to intervene. So these are examples where interventions with the relevant provinces have taken place in respect of Section 139 of the Constitution. Tuba local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, which the NCOP was discussing this morning, Matlosana local municipality in Northwest, Mpofona local municipality in KZN, Makana local municipality in the Eastern Cape, Kwena local municipality in Limpopo. The reasons that led to these interventions ranges from non-adherence to pieces of legislation, poor leadership from senior management and indeed sometimes the council, poor internal controls and several other factors. But what I would like to report, Chairperson, to Parliament is that in respect of Kwena, after much work, together with the province of Limpopo, we've ensured that we've brought about a situation where there's broad-based support for a program of changes that will be introduced within the next 24 to 48 hours. During this process, we've consulted political parties across the board, including DA councillors in this municipality. We've talked to ex-councillors and current councillors. We've talked to the trade unions. We've talked to workers who are at work and those who are not at work. And we have a package which ensures that, firstly, the staffing situation will be normalized and all staff will be invited to get back to work. Secondly, that a thorough forensic investigation will be done and the correct kinds of actions will be taken against those responsible for any kind of illegal behavior. Thirdly, we want to make an assessment of service delivery in that area and indeed put in a top-class team that will attend to the kind of service challenges that we have. We want an audit of all legal cases. There's been a kind of ping-pong match going on in the court at the moment. We want an audit of all legal cases so that we have absolute legal certainty. Is the municipal manager that claims to be the municipal manager the actual municipal manager, or should he go and find out? Is the mayor in the right place? Are the councillors in the right place? And I hope that within the next few weeks, we will actually get the we require in this area. Similarly, our approach is not to go around creating problems. The Honorable Maimane was in Kwena. I did meet one of his colleagues from the DA who told me approximately who he met in Kwena. He didn't go there to solve problems, he went there to create problems. In this matter, rather than talking to people across the board, we spoke to all the concerned people that were in that particular area. A similar approach. They don't like it when the truth is told about them, you see. A similar approach, after intense efforts by many arms of government at a national level and provincial level, has seen as a result the decision by the Malamulele task team to end the shutdown. This morning, schools are open, buses and taxis are operating, businesses are open, and normality is beginning to return. Cheers. The following are some of the measures that have been offered by government to the Malamulele task team and the Malamulele community so that we get down to work and we get down to solving the problems that they have identified. Firstly, we want to bring the area into a state of functionality and normality. Secondly, we want Malamulele to participate in the process that we have created through the request made by the Minister in terms of 2 of the Demarcation Act to the Municipal Demarcation Board to review and redetermine the boundaries of a number of unviable municipalities in South Africa. Number 3, we are asking for an independent audit of the delivery of services and employment practices in Thulamela and Vhembe district more broadly. Number 4, we want to ensure that current service delivery projects and infrastructure investment are speeded up, and a special task team is being set up in the next 48 hours to help the municipalities and areas concerned to ensure that we get down to work in this particular area. So despite the goodwill and commitment of Malamulele to resolving their challenges in the kind of way that they have, in the community meeting held on the 16th of February, yesterday, out of 20 stakeholders that were present, only 4, interestingly, voted for the continuation of the shutdown. I'm informed that of the 4, 3 are represented in this House. So here in this House, we call for and progress and running municipalities well. Out there, for whatever reason, the same parties allegedly, and personally, that's why I'm not mentioning them, but those parties are undermining the process of normality. The additional that we've taken, together with the relevant ministers, is that apart from opening schools, Minister Motseka is arranging for those who might have missed one subject or the other in writing the metric supplementary exams to be avail them the opportunity to do so. Similarly, Minister Nzimande and his colleagues have enabled students who want to register at the university to do so, and the FET colleges as well. So we hope that by working with the Malamulele, we can in fact ensure that there's normality and we show progress in this area. Amongst the other critical that we face, which I will mention briefly, will be ensuring that we in government act in an integrated and coordinated way. Integrating and delivery, which is the mandate that the President has given to the basic services context, ensuring that we have integrated urban development linked with rural development is a crucial challenge for the next 2 to 3 years, as we create the right kind of infrastructure to make sure that spatial planning and other forms of planning take place in the way they should. The next area is economic opportunities. There's absolutely no doubt that because of our past and our economic marginalization of the majority of our people, we have the kind of problems and discontent that we see in many of our areas. We cannot deny that there's a big difference between Deep Sloot and Sandton and between Constantia and Khayelitsha. Our challenge is to ensure that initiatives are taken both at a municipal level but also at a national level and by many ministries to create economic opportunities and a climate of support for those who actually want to get involved in enterprises of one sort or another. But as we do that, Mr. President and Chairperson, what is crucial is that all of us, regardless of our political background and political party, should be committed to saying we do not want violence when there's protests. We want to ensure that all our public representatives act within a proper ethical and values-based approach. We want self-restraint when there's dissatisfaction in our communities so that we don't destroy the very assets that we are creating with public funds, such as libraries, schools, clinics, community halls, and municipal buildings. All of us have a collective responsibility to make sure that we secure these assets for future generations. Equally importantly, as many colleagues have spoken here today, nation building and social cohesion is absolutely crucial. Fighting racism, fighting divisions on any basis, ethnic, sexist, whatever it is not in the kind of line that we want to build a future South Africa. The Freedom Charter is quite clear about us creating a non-racial, non-sexist and democratic society, as is our Constitution. And it's important that we do whatever possible to use the work that we do within the local government terrain to advance that kind of future for ourselves. Chairperson, Mr. Maimane said that one day when he is in government, he will do X, Y, Z. Now, we should tell him that if he wants to be in government, he's got to join this side. But what was fascinating for me, as I have 45 seconds left, is sitting down there on Thursday and watching the interaction between him, the leader of the parliamentary party, and his real leader, the leader of the Democratic Alliance, was a fascinating picture. They couldn't work out who was boss here. They couldn't work out who was going to lead them out. They couldn't work out which tactic was right at which particular point in time. So who is the real leader, Mr. Maimane? And whom do you really listen to? So let me conclude, honorable members, by saying, and I repeat what Mr. Mandela said, the need to unite the people of our country is as important a task now as it has always been. We have a choice, honorable members. We have a choice. The choice is we continue to divide ourselves and we continue to sow conflict. Or the choice is we sit down like reasonable, mature people and solve our problems in a room. South Africa wants us to solve our problems by constructive dialogue.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable members, we will now take a short comfort break for about 15 minutes, and then the bells will be rung for us to come back into the House. Thank you.
McDonald's burger. So ek dink ek gaan vanaand so draai dan. Hallo.
Chairperson.
We may sit down. Thank you very much, honorable members. We may proceed then with the debate and therefore take the opportunity to call on the Honorable Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry to continue the debate.
President Jacob Zuma, the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, honorable ministers, deputy ministers that are here, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, we are convened here this afternoon to hold debates on the substance of the broad policy outlines as tabled before this House by the President of the Republic 5 days ago. The ANC over the past 82 years, between 1912 and 1994, conducted a struggle to bring about freedom and democracy in South Africa. A united and democratic South Africa, able to take the rightful place as a sovereign state in family of nations was achieved through self-respect that was conducted by our movement, the African National Congress. Since 1994, South Africa's fiscal framework has been grounded in a sustainable counter-cyclical approach to managing revenue and expenditure. Fiscal consolidation remains a priority, whilst our government continues with social and economic program as planned. House Chairperson, in essence, the ANC-led government argues very strongly that our macroeconomic policy is sound and stable, providing certainty to international markets, predictability to investment return, and giving us as country leverage to focus on all our energies to our microeconomic policy affecting our domestic environment. Allow me, Chairperson, to reflect on the ANC-led government microeconomic policy environment since the dawn of democracy. Between 1994 to this year, a number of key policies in order to rebuild and transform the economy has been pursued by the democratic government. Firstly, the RDP, with a net effect that was around issues of redress through social security net, was delivered by our government extensively. Secondly, 1996, GI was introduced to deal with inflation and fiscal deficit, amongst others. These were slightly achieved, bringing our macroeconomic economy stability much more stable. And between 2005, we also had, as GISA, to focus on issues of poverty and unemployment, and there were some notable achievements also around that particular area. Fourthly, the NGP was announced in 2010 and the NDP in 2018, providing a long-term planning horizon of up to 2030. As we celebrate 60 years of Freedom Charter, the President correctly reminded us that the people of South Africa declared, amongst other things, that South Africa belongs to all who lived in it, black and white, and also the people shall share in the country's wealth. The ANC government's task in the second phase of the democratic transition is that of a radical socio-economic transformation to democratize our economy. This represents a fundamental break with the ownership patterns of the past and putting in place South Africa that belongs to all who live in it, as per our Freedom Charter. Speaker, allow me to define what the ANC mean when talking about radical socio-economic transformation. In general terms, Speaker, when we speak about radical socio-economic transformation, we refer to the systematic of our political economy in a manner that breaks with the past, of economic mismanagement, which vast majority of our people were locked in the margins of economic mainstream. It is about building economic relations that promotes historically marginalized social classes by drawing them into the field of asset ownership in the main. It is particularly important to lay down this definition so that analysts that continues to cause confusion in the minds of our people are able to know what exactly the ruling party is talking about on some of these matters. At the center of the radical socio-economic transformation program, we addresses a number of areas in this regard. I think the President was able to touch to some of the issues. The land and agrarian reform is the apex priority as defined. And all of us, honorable members, will know that the draft Expropriation Act is now before this Parliament for us to consider. The mineral sector, issues of beneficiation through Pakisa, the creation of steel company, including strengthening state mining company to focus on strategic minerals, the massive youth employment programs to resolve, as well as resolving energy crisis, are some of the issues that are being raised, including issues of industrialization and infrastructure rollout that the President spoke about. The ANC-led government has undertaken to put an industrial policy framework that will achieve an integrated industrial growth strategy that is underscored by a deliberate move to build broad asset base that crowd in new industries, specifically targeting the historically marginalized sectors of our society. A great deal of time on our economic growth has been largely on GDP and increasing market value on fixed sets of assets, particularly in the extractive industries. This has also been punctuated by a period of growth that was driven by consumption, fueled and associated with an unsustainable increase in private credit extension without viable capital assets through which debt can be serviced. The long-term results have proven to be disastrous. Government has doubled its infrastructure spending over the past 5 years to over R1 trillion, providing market opportunities to advance transformation agenda of the ruling party. There has been trouble in some of the instances, especially with regards to issues of collusion, particularly around the monopoly companies within the private sector. This remains a sore point for our government, and the government will be tougher against the monopolies and their opportunistic tendencies in order to achieve transformation targets on procurement as well as jobs as set out in the manifesto of the ruling party. Central to our improvement of rate of employment in our economy is the creation of broad and robust manufacturing. I want to speak on the creative ways through which we manage to salvage our existing industrial asset in manufacturing sector from the negative impact of volatile global economic issues. Madam Speaker, the example within the automotive sector as a leading subsector of our manufacturing comes to mind. The Automotive Investment Scheme and the Automotive Production Development Program are amongst the key fiscal support mechanisms that are set out to assist the auto industry by our own government. Incentives such as the MSEP that was spoken about here have recorded the highest uptake from our industries, and including creating a number of job opportunities for our people, as outlined by the state president. In 2014, upon all of us to endeavor to build an inclusive economy anchored on the large and growing industrial base underpinned by the broad-based economic empowerment. And this year again, the president reiterated the call last Thursday when majority of the opposition was not in the House. We have already made headways in institutionalizing this call. We are leading the charge of transformation to ensure transformation in the sector. In particular, there is overemphasis on our work around black economic empowerment as well as SMME policies. President Zuma announced groundbreaking initiatives, firstly on the designations and secondly on the set-aside, and we're expecting in no time the National Treasury to soon issue practice note in all spheres of government so that this program can be implemented. Effect is the benefit to our cooperatives, to our BEE, SMME, black industrialists. President also made a call to ensure that the country and the private sector in particular fully complies with the charter, starting with the mining charter amongst many other charters that are out there in the industry. Our Black Industrialist Development Program is a systematic initiative to crowd in new industrial sector into a network of productive industrial assets as well as financing development of new industrial assets. Mr. President, there is already a huge inflow of applications to participate in this program around black industrialists. We are now in the process of creating a mechanism to support these black industrialists. We are exploring a framework that will use existing capacity of institutions like the NEF, the IDC, the PIC, amongst others, including our own incentive schemes at DTI, to serve as a base upon which this program will be rolled out. Speaker, House Chairperson, government have been quite effective in leveraging investment in this country. As things stand, there is over 39.9 billion rand pipeline potential investment in this third quarter of this financial year. This is part of the investment consolidation that will accelerate the realization of 6 million jobs opportunities that are raised in the manifesto of the ruling party. Speaker, there can be no radical transformation on the productive side of the economy without the matching move to build a robust network of foreign markets for a sustainable trade. Our view has always been that we have to pursue trade relations in a manner that is systematic and improve our trade balance by yielding more export opportunities for South Africa. For these trade advantages to be realized also imposes on us the obligation to build an industrial base with a diverse output that can appeal to various markets domestically and abroad. In respect of this, the consolidation of existing trade partnership and the exploration of other markets avenue like the African regional integration becomes crucial. South Africa is currently engaging in a trade negotiation that will upscale its partnership with other African economies. Through our localization in SADC, we are engaged in a free trade agreement negotiation that will enjoin 3 regional economic blocs of enjoining over 26 countries with a combined GDP of $860 billion with a population of almost 590 million people in those 3 regional blocs. This is the SADC, EAC, and COMESA Free Trade Agreement negotiation. The tripartite initiative comprises of 3 pillars that will pursue concurrently in order to ensure that equitable spread of benefits of the regional integration, the market integration as well as infrastructure development and industrial development. The FTA will as a first phase to cover the trade in goods and services and trade-related issues. All of these initiatives can and will ride on the massive infrastructure plan that we have developed over many years. We will seek to galvanize emerging industrial players to use the infrastructure network of the trade corridors that we already have. Chairperson, South Africa continues to work energetically to ensure the participation in the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, in order to improve trade position particularly of South Africa with regards to farming within the American markets. There is also a renewed effort towards concluding the Doha Development Agenda in the WTO. It is important for Africa to be properly coordinated to ensure that development remains at the center of negotiation and that agriculture is central to any development around issues that we are raising as a continent. Similarly, our membership in the BRICS bloc is part of the stride we continue to make in accessing wide and range of markets. This will allow South Africa to enter in more favorable to trade markets for investment in capital and export. The institutional formation of BRICS organization machinery is already underway. Already work is underway to fully establish the African division of the bank here in South Africa. This will be used as a springboard for infrastructure investment in the continent. This will provide huge market opportunities and certainly our economy will receive a major boost from this development. Madam Speaker, I want to state that the ANC is hard at work in pursuit for socio-economic freedom. This is a struggle we have committed to pursue with vigor, determination, and discipline, as we have done during the days of apartheid. Unlike some overzealous people in the House, we appreciate the struggle for socio-economic freedom.
Is that a point of order? Honorable Masina, may you just take a seat.
Honorable Chairperson,
on what point are you rising?
I said a point of order.
Okay.
I think we must bring the Deputy Minister to order.
What is the point of
speaker? I'm speaking.
Okay.
But I'm speaking.
No. I was trying to understand. No. What is the problem? No.
I'm saying that be patient, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Yes, I'm very patient with you. Can you speak to me?
Yes, I'm saying that I'm rising on a point of order.
Okay.
That the Deputy Minister be aware the Speaker is not with us. He keeps saying, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam. He's referring to you as a madam.
Okay.
I'm not sure we're going to
Okay, now, Honorable Member, take your seat. Honorable Deputy Minister, may you proceed with the debate.
Point taken, Honorable Ndlozi. I want to state that the ANC is hard at work to pursue socio-economic freedom. This is a struggle we are committed to pursue with vigor, determination, and discipline, as we did during the struggle against apartheid. Unlike some overzealous people in the House, we appreciate the struggle for socio-economic freedom is not an event and does not depend on hollow slogans. As the ANC, we are committed to implement all the ideas of Freedom Charter. We remain the only liberation movement that will continue to contest for state power to transform society in order to deal decisively with poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The ANC supports SONA as delivered by President Zuma, further commit to work tirelessly in government with business, labor, civil society to change the structure of our economy using our long-term plan, the NDP. I want to take this opportunity, House Chairperson, to remind Mr. 6% Malema that President Zuma is Mr. 62% in terms of electoral terms. He won decisively the elections. Mr. Maimane should also be reminded that he is holding the fort for the madam who's unfortunately not in the House. Very soon he will also be shown his way to Harvard before Mr. Maimane will also be sent to Harvard before he can finish his term in this particular office. Honorable Olomisa and Honorable Nkota, they must stop walking out when they don't know where they're going. You can't just follow people because people are walking out and you are directionless. They must spend time in Parliament because they represent a very tiny constituency. They deserve to hear so that they don't debate state of the nation out of context. Mr. Malema, as a man of many slogans, one of the things we want to appeal to you as an honorable member is to bring back our honorable Mkutama as we deal with issues of expropriation of land for public use before he's sent to the dogs. So we would want him to come in here to engage with us because that is very important. So on the land question, we want Mr. Mkutama to be in here. Mr. Maimane, we must remind you that time has come for all of us to remind you that the legal Mandela can never be appropriated by a person like yourself who serves the puppet master. Nelson Mandela served the African National Congress. He is currently in the branch of the ANC. So we have no time to entertain you trying to reconfigure who Nelson Mandela is, because Nelson Mandela is one of our own. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. May I call on Honorable Maine?
Chairperson, 21 years ago, I took my seat in the public gallery to witness the first State of the Nation address in the first democratic parliament of South Africa. What an honor it was to see President Nelson Mandela inspire the nation with a vision of a shared destiny, of freedom, and of hope. But that vision has been shattered, and it has been shattered by one man, and that man is President Jacob Zuma. Because for the past 6 years, the president has given the middle finger to the Constitution, given the middle finger to this parliament, and given the middle finger to the people of South Africa. And in so doing, he has shattered the vision of a shared destiny, of freedom and of hope set out in this parliament 21 years ago by former President Nelson Mandela. Chairperson, in his State of the Nation address, President Jacob Zuma told us that the fight against corruption continues. But the truth is that we are in the middle of a countrywide robbery in progress. And at the center of this robbery in progress is one case, and that case is Nkandla Gate. And at the center of Nkandla Gate is one man, and that man is President Jacob Zuma. Chairperson, a forensic audit report prepared by KPMG in 2006 found that, and I quote, Zuma in his personal capacity did not have access to sufficient funds derived from his position as an official employed by the South African government to fund his expenses and liabilities, and as a consequence had to rely on funds from external sources. And at the time, those external sources made 783 payments totaling over 4 rand to the president. This illustrates the root cause of the problem, which is that the president's household expenses exceed his household income, and that the president is therefore forced to rely on external sources of funding. And those external sources of funding have included the sheikhs, the Reddys, and the Guptas, but now include the taxpayers who are forced to fork out 246 million rand on the president's private residence at Nkandla. Now, Advocate Thuli Madonsela, the public protector, found that the president improperly benefited from measures implemented in the name of security, which included non-security comforts, such as a swimming pool, a theatre, a cattle kraal, a culvert, and a chicken run. But that report has been buried, and the president has no intention of ever paying back the money. And that is because we are governed by those who in exile ground and crushed their opponents to win power in South Africa. And they are grinding and crushing their opponents to stay in power in South Africa. The executive has been crushed by appointing cabinet ministers whose principal qualification is that they can be relied upon to say, yes, number one. And the perfect example of that is the Minister of State Security, David Malobo, who when asked to jam the signal in this parliament said, yes, number one. And for that, he should be forced to resign. The legislature has been crushed by appointing a speaker whose principal qualification is that she can be relied upon to say, yes, number one. And by appointing committee chairpersons whose principal qualification is that they can be relied upon to say, yes, number one. The perfect example of this is the chairperson of the ad hoc committee on Nkandla, who when asked to see no evil, to hear no evil, to speak no evil, can be relied upon to say, yes, number one. The independent investigating units have been crushed by purging officials who, of course, don't say, yes, number one. The Scorpions, crushed. The Hawks, crushed. The NPA, crushed. The Special Investigating Unit, crushed. SARS, crushed. That is why when the president tells us that the fight against corruption continues, nobody believes him. Because the truth is, fighting corruption, he is fighting those who fight corruption. Chairperson, we must accept that President Jacob Zuma has broken what President Nelson Mandela built in South Africa. And because of that, there's a new battle line and a new struggle for freedom between the champions of Nelson Mandela's vision in the opposition and the enemies of Nelson Mandela's vision in the ruling party. I thank you.
Order. May I therefore call on the Deputy Minister of Telecommunications to continue the debate.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Is there a point of order?
I'd like to call the Honorable Minister Ginger Lindiwe Zulu to stop singing in the House, or she must be referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee. She's chanting yes, number one. She's distractive. She must be taken Powers and Privileges Committee because I'm trying to listen. She's chanting there yes, number one.
You know, Honorable Mdlozi, I think that's a very important observation. That's a very important observation because I tried to call members to order because that borders on the decorum of the House. But members continued to do this yes, number one. And I think the order that you are calling on is for all members of the House to respect the decorum of the House and allow members to speak, to be heard, and also to allow those to hear. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Honorable Deputy
Point
Minister.
of order, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
A point of order.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, point of order. My name is Lindiwe Daphne Zulu. The one who refers to me, Ginger, the ginger shall be outside.
No. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. That also, I think, honorable members, it also comes back. It also comes back, honorable members, it also comes back to the same issue that I ruled on earlier on. May we respect one another as honorable and stop calling other names. That's why I was a bit lost when I heard some other names and so forth. So may we please refrain from using other names that might be misleading to this House. May you proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much.
On a point of order, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, may I hear a point of order?
I think the Honorable Minister made a very serious threat against an honorable member. And it has been made inside the House here because we don't want to take things very light here. We've got a very bad experience. So I think she must be asked to withdraw that statement, please. That's a serious threat.
Honorable Minister, if that was a threat to another member inside the House, may that please be withdrawn.
Yazi mina ngiyaxakeka nabangani mase bathinteka kabuhlungu kusho ukuthini. Angimazi ukhuluma ngani lo khulumayo. Akayichaze yena lento ayikhulumayo.
All right. Honorable Malemat, may you just take your seat? May you just take your seat? It's going to make it very difficult for me because I'm also not sure of the threat that was made. Can I rule on the matter? Can I be allowed to rule on the matter?
Can I tell you the threat?
Can I be allowed to rule on the matter? Because now it's going to be a debate now. May you allow me, therefore, to check on answer and then make a ruling in the next sitting. I did not hear.
Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP.
Yes.
The member raised a genuine concern that she must not be called with names she doesn't know. Otherwise, she will meet this honorable member outside. And we know her tendencies. So can you please ask her to withdraw? Because this is going to degenerate. It's like we're in a shebeen here where people just threaten each other like that. And there is no order coming from you. There are secretaries there, they head here, they can confirm and you ask her to withdraw. Because we don't want this honorable member to be dealt with outside. This woman has got a picture carrying AK-47.
Honorable Malema, may you take your seat? Honorable members, my ruling on the point of order is that I did not hear that part, and therefore, you see, if you are not shouting and making noise and being too excited, I might have heard it, but I didn't pick it up because of care. Honorable members, the ruling is that may I be allowed to then check with Hansard and make a ruling in the next sitting on that particular matter. Okay, Honorable Minister, may you proceed, Deputy Minister, may you proceed with the debate?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Is that a point of order? Honorable member, there's a mic there. Can you use that mic? Can you use that mic?
Chairperson, I want you to rule on what has been said by Honorable Malema to refer to Honorable Zulu as this woman. We take that as an offense as women.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that cooperation. Honorable Deputy Minister, may you proceed with the debate?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. At this point in time, I would like to acknowledge the Speaker of the National Assembly in her absence, His Excellency, our President, Mr. J.G. Zuma, His Excellency, our Deputy President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, all our premiers present, and all the honorable members of both houses. It is indeed a privilege and an honor for me to participate during the 2015 State of the Nation Address debate following the presentation by His Excellency, our President, J.G. Zuma, on the 12th of January in this very house. Chairperson, allow me to express our highest consideration for the office of the Speaker of the National Assembly. Once more, we would like to express our respect and confidence in her inspiring leadership. Chairperson, our Speaker is one of the tried and tested cadres in the history of this country. And as she continued to stand tall, we look up to her, especially when we think and remember how she used her leadership skills during the difficult times in the history of this country, the CODESA negotiation. She emerged as one of those women who were able to unite all of us across the political, class, rural, religious, and human rights social formations, and ensure that gender equality and women's right to participation were respected during the country's high-level negotiations. Chairperson, maybe just to reflect a bit about events and circumstances in the run-up to the historical day. Threats of violence before the start of this annual historical day and the actual aggression seen while the head of state was on stage, a feeling of a possible imminent danger. And for me, the danger is to see what people have died for being eroded by a few individuals. And I think appropriate, Mr. President, to assure you that on the side of the African National Congress, we bring our traditions of respect and commitment to the cause of uplifting the plight of the poorest of the poor. We're not the sheriffs, we're not the judges, we're not the prosecutors. We do believe this is the platform for high-level political debates to look at the state of the nation and to reflect deeply on each and every problem, and not to take superficial positions in terms of defending the Constitution, defending democracy, defending human rights. We do believe we have a history in this country which has created the kind of legacy which makes our problems to be deep, and they call for the kind of leadership that, Mr. President, you have been giving to us, and you have continued to challenge us to commit, especially to look at the situation of the poorest of the poor. You mentioned all the priority areas, Mr. President, and I must say, standing here, that it is our commitment to go back to the basics and to ensure that we deliver along the same lines as you articulated to us. Mr. President, I come from telecommunications and postal services. The apartheid government denied our people access to information, education, and knowledge. Instead, they used state apparatus to spread propaganda through the state broadcaster, and the post office was used as a conduit for letter bombing against our comrades who were in exile. In this regard, our memory anti-apartheid activist, Ruth First, who was killed on the 17th of August 1982 by a letter bomb in Maputo, where she was exiled. Similarly, our memories go towards our comrade Begim Langeni, who also was killed through a bomb sent by Eugene de Kock to Lusaka, and when it was returned back to sender, it blew him up in the house of his mother in Jabulani in Soweto. Mr. President, I'm reflecting on these because sometimes when we talk about the state-owned entities, it's almost like the creation of the democratic government. And I'm reflecting to the abuse of these institutions over years and decades. And today, people who are sitting here in the House representing the people of South Africa fail to take a deeper look of the deep nature of our problems. Mr. President reminded us correctly by entitling his speech as the Freedom Charter and Unity in Action to Advance Economic Freedom. The Freedom Charter declares that all shall enjoy equal human rights. The Freedom Charter was crafted to counteract apartheid legislated racism. The system which was declared by the United Nations as a crime against humanity. And I think, Mr. President, there will be no debate around the Freedom Charter if we don't talk about racism. Those who seek to defend white privileges appreciate that apartheid and its segregation policy committed acts of criminality against the majority of our black people. Hence, this House cannot be for any other use except to be a battleground for reparative measures. Our Constitution also states that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. This Parliament, as an important institution for upholding the Constitution, should dedicate itself to build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. Chairperson, sometimes the kind of name-calling, accusation, diagnosis, classification, it adds to the problems that we are talking about. I think we are all here representatives positioned to reflect on the challenges we have and to find solutions to them. Coming back to the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, it is responsible for developing policy and regulatory functions which facilitate the deployment of infrastructure and postal services.
Order, Chair.
Honorable Deputy, take a seat. What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
Chair, I just want to check if the Deputy Minister, is she prepared to take a question?
Deputy Minister.
As soon as I finish, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Member can take your seat. She will check when she finishes whether she will have time to respond to you. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. I just also wanted to reflect that the ANC government has made strategic interventions since we started over in 1994. We took a deliberate policy to grow the ICT sector. Since the licensing of Vodacom and MTN in 1993, these companies have become giants in the African telecommunications market, but worldwide. Further to their success, the South African public benefit through high-tech modern technology. For example, one of the companies, Vodacom, accounts for more than 31.3 million subscribers, a growth in numbers from over 26 million subscribers in 2010. The market cap of Vodacom is currently sitting at 200 billion. This is indeed a good story to tell, moving South Africa forward. Ugogo, Uslamba Nesgwid, Etim Singer can now regularly communicate with her loved ones in Cape Town or anywhere in the continent, managing their family affairs under any circumstances at affordable call rates. Before 1994, we only had one fixed line operator, that was Telkom, and today we can proudly talk of 4 mobile network operators. South Africa has moved from 2 mobile network operators to 4 licensed operators by 2012. I'm not going to manage them. Chairperson, let me remind you of some statistics regarding where we are to date in our pursuit for universal access to ICT services for all. Internet access has increased with over 40.9% of the population enjoying access to internet. Activity to schools continues to be in the current administration. Over 22% of schools of the total to 24,619 schools have now been connected for teaching and learning. And this is very important. We've paid particular attention to schools in rural areas and schools in the township, because we do believe it is our responsibility to assist the most vulnerable by improving their education. Also, Mr. President referred to the first year of the implementation of the National Development Plan. And also this NDP makes special reference to the importance of the infrastructure. And Mr. President, I'm always by the manner in which you do not take any glory for having steered the ship towards the commission which drove the outcomes of the NDP. We'll always be grateful for the kind of leadership you provided. I vividly, and I think most members on the right, they will remember that we, even as executives, we wanted to be the commissioners of the National Development Plan. And really, number one was number one. He insisted that the National Development Plan should be independent and it should be heard by people of good standing who represent different stakeholders. The outcomes we had, we commit that we will implement the National Development Plan and ensure that we bring our results. Mr. President, you and the leadership of the ANC introduced the two departments, the Departments of Telecoms and the Department of Communication. And I must say, we have one integrated information and communication technology policy. The separation was a strategic one to ensure efficiency and to deliver on strategic issues. But of course, the prophets of doom had already seen that as a move away from convergence and creating confusion. But I must say we're beginning to see the fruits of the wise division of the two. We'll continue to cooperate. We'll continue to ensure that our policies, they are aligned so that we can deliver at a faster rate. Mr. President, you made special reference to broadband policy, South Africa Connect policy. The broadband policy strategy and plan was adopted by Cabinet in 2013. We're grateful to the minister then who drove it, and we have inherited it. We're concerned about the low levels of broadband penetration, which stands at only 17% by 2014. It is our commitment then to improve in terms of broadband penetration so as to ensure that by 2020 we achieve the 100% broadband adoption speeds that have been earmarked. These targets are set in order to move our country forward. Also, Mr. President made a special reference to a strategic move towards identifying one of the state-owned entities to be the champion of the ICTs. I must say, Telkom has been identified by Cabinet also as a lead, as such a lead SOE in terms of broadband deployment at national, provincial, and local level. The ICT industry has, during the market sounding study on broadband led by the then Department of Communications and National Treasury, called for Telkom to play this lead role on broadband, following on the successes in countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, and New Zealand, which adopted the same strategy. This decision is important in our transformation agenda in that the broadband network built by will be open for use
Honorable
by all
Deputy
industry
Minister,
players.
Your time is up.
And also another...
Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is up.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Member Julius.
I Sugawin. House Chairperson.
Order, Honorable Member. Just for clarity, this is Honorable Member J. Julius. He is not Honorable Julius Malema.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
I heard other Julius who, so I just thought it was important to clarify. Over to you, Honorable Member.
That's my surname, Chair, House Chairperson, originally. House Chair, one cannot respond to the state of the nation without reflecting to the state of our provinces. In the next 2 weeks, premiers across the country's 9 provinces will address their legislatures on the progress of their governments, their performance, and areas that have been identified in which significant improvements can be made. But before we hear the details of every province, we must assess national government's impact on the 2 other spheres of government, where South Africans face day-to-day struggles that affect their livelihoods. A poor attempt was made by Minister Gordhan. House Chairperson, it's no surprise that many of the problems faced in ANC-led provinces and municipalities are based on internal squabbles, cadre deployment, and a lack of management. This is exemplified by our President himself. The ANC dismally fails across all three spheres of government, running local government into the ground, weakening efficiency of provinces, and creating more and more ministries for cadres, as we see. Now, here's a snapshot of what is really going on in our provinces. In January 2015, the Eastern Cape Education Department still had no plan for an effective scholar transport system due to a bungled tender process. For a province that consistently fails our children, we cannot afford to hold our learners hostage by denying their constitutional right to education. Due to the ANC's infrastructure mismanagement, South Africans in municipalities like Makana in the Eastern Cape, Nakamudiri Mulema in the Northwest, and devastated Carolina in Mpumalanga go without water for months. Minister Gordhan, may I reiterate, it is not our taps that needs fixing. It is proper infrastructure that will stop us from losing 30% of our water. Now, one would expect that the highest paid municipal administrator in our country do the best job of running that municipality. Sadly, in Makana, Pem Yako earns an exorbitant 327,000 rand a month for a mere 12 days of work, while she is clearly running Makana into the ground. Minister Gordhan, in the Eastern Cape, our health system continues to be crippled. Last year, we discovered the massive medicine stockouts to deal with chronic diseases at Livingston Hospital in Port Elizabeth. This could have been prevented if the health department followed due process and put the tender for medicine out on time. House Chairperson, it would be an understatement to say our health system is improving if patients, young and old, are put in this life-threatening position. An example of a growing trend where the ANC governs is the fact that the NCOP just this morning ratified the decision to dissolve Mtubatuba in KwaZulu-Natal due to mismanagement and infighting of themselves. Again, the taxpayers feed this bill. In contrast to every province in South Africa, House Chairperson, the DA-led Western Cape remains the best province in this country. Provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Northwest and Limpopo continue to regress in the management of finances. Proudly, the DA-led Western Cape government is, as proven by the Auditor General, has an outstanding record of delivery and sound financial management, and you can take that to the bank. While the rest of the country suffers, Honorable Chair, cadres and ANC politicians continue to line their stomachs and fatten their pockets with the very people's money that they have forgotten out there. Where the DA governs, we spend the majority of our budgets on poor South Africans. House Chairperson, the President has shown no impetus when it comes to how our provinces and subsequently how our municipalities are managed in this country. The President last week mentioned
your time is over. Honorable Member, your time is up. Ilunga ihloniphekile uGodi.
Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Can we allow the speaker to make his input?
Thank you, Chairperson. Comrade President of the Republic, comrades and honorable members. The APC believes that the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, which are the product of settler colonialism, remain the proverbial elephant in the room. Decades after our liberation, our socio-economic space in large measure is still a reflection of the past. Freedom must have material meaning to the lives of the people, Africans in general and the working class in particular. Comrade President, we need to frontally deal with the structural challenges of our economy. It horrifyingly reproduces the poverty and inequalities of the past. What is missing here is the firm and central role of the state. Anything else will be waiting for Godot, as the past 2 decades have shown. Summing up, our experiences must tell us that waiting for white capital to transform society is waiting in vain. We witness daily the reactionary stance of their political representatives here in Parliament, their reluctance to embrace affirmative action and employment equity. Our hard-won freedom has been good to business, but business has not been good to freedom. The protests we witness continuously are a finger of accusation, a cry from the working poor about their material conditions. However, we want to make a call that it is wrong, and the APC condemns the closing and banning of schools, clinics, libraries, damage to infrastructure that is there to serve them. These can only be a reflection of the levels of self-alienation and depersonalization of our people, thanks to the colonial policies of the past. We must build a capable state. Even at this juncture, Comrade President, the gap between policy and implementation is unacceptable. Whether we're talking about social and labor plans for the mines, land reforms, public administration, effective and timeous implementation or monitoring is lacking. Economic development is the central task, and all policies and programs should serve it. Let us, as a country, face our economic challenges head-on with courage and nation. I thank you.
Honorable Mpele.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngizwe u-Deputy Minister we-Trade and Industry esinikeza i-prediction yakhe about the future of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Bengicela ukuthi angazenzi isangoma kulendlu. Because there is only one party in this parliament that is writing the future, and that is the DA. Chairperson, the National Development Plan outlines a vision of safer communities in South Africa by the year 2030, in which people feel at home, at school, at work, and they enjoy a community life free of fear. Everyone would walk freely in the streets and children could play safely outside. The police service would be well-resourced and professional, staffed by skilled officers who serve the community, safeguard lives and property without discrimination, protect the vulnerable against violence, and respect all citizens' rights to equality and justice. For many of our people, this vision remains far too removed from reality, and their lived experience, in fact, makes this vision a pipe dream. In his State of the Nation address, President Zuma mentioned that crime is one of the top concerns among South Africans. However, he offered nothing new or concrete to inspire confidence that 2015 could be a safer year than previous ones, especially for the most affected and poor communities. The fact of the matter is that the state of policing, like the state of the nation, is one of stagnant decay, poor management, and directionless leadership. It is therefore little wonder that the police service struggles to bring about major reductions in our crime rates and ensure that our communities are safe. It's especially concerning that our citizens sometimes feel insecure, not just because of criminal elements in our society, but also because of abusive behavior and misconducts perpetrated by some police officers themselves. It would appear that police brutality and criminality are on the rise, with little to no handle from SAPS management to arrest the state of affairs. As a result, only 47.9% of citizens trust the police, which is down from 60.2% in 2012, according to a report by the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation. There are thousands of incidents every year that erode the trust between the police and the citizens they are meant to serve, and only a fraction of those are ever reported. Just in the past few days, 2 incidents have come to light that knock yet more chips off the block of the SAPS's credibility. On the morning of the State of the Nation address, a young woman in Alexandra by the name of Ricky Minyuku was victimized at a police roadblock in a xenophobia-based attempt to extract a bribe from her by an officer who accused her of possessing a fake ID. She was not only verbally abused, but physically assaulted as well. In another more harrowing incident that occurred in the early hours of this past Saturday, another woman by the name of Lana Stander alleges that she was arrested on false charges and handcuffed so roughly and tightly that her wrists bled. When she started having an epileptic seizure in the back of the police van, she was dragged out by her ankles and mocked for her seizure by police officers who danced and toy-toyed around her. These kind of abuses happen.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Can we please lessen our voice so that we can hear the speaker? He might have made a mistake in pronunciation, but I'm sure you got the message. To you, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Point of order, if I may, Honourable Chairperson. Would you please ask the Honourable Lindiwe Zulu not to laugh at the plight of someone who has an epileptic fit? I am horrified at her amusement.
Order. Honorable member. Honorable Lindiwe, you wanted to address the chair?
A point of order, Chair. I'm not sure what the member is talking about. I'm not even aware of what she is talking about. If she feels that I knew apology, it wasn't on the basis of what the member is. You are sensitive to that member. I was just merely repeating what he was saying, toy, and it's got nothing to do with the knowledge of his feet or anything of that sort. If that was the case, I apologize to the member and not to the one who raised the issue.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for your explanation. Honorable Bernard, I think the minister has explained herself, that she was not laughing at the member, no, to what she said, except the matter. Order, honorable members. Order. I had addressed the issue of the pronunciation and asked members to be sensitive to that, and I'll allow the honorable member to continue with his speech.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Noma ningathini ngizokhuluma ngendlela engiyithandayo.
Order. Honorable member. Honorable member on the podium. Mpele. Bengisiza wena manje nawe uma usumosha ke sithini manje. Qhubeka nenkulumo yakho.
Sihlalo ngiyabonga. Chairperson, these kind of abuses happen because of a culture of impunity and weak accountability in the police service. It is little surprise that this is the case when the evasion of accountability has become the dominant theme of the governing party and this administration. When you have a president over whom hangs a cloud of over 700 corruption allegations, when you have a dysfunctional criminal justice system, when you have the unconstitutional deployment of SAPS officers in Parliament to forcefully remove members of this House, and when you have a governing party wherein one is no longer sure if the C in ANC stands for corruption, cronyism, or censorship of cell phone signals, it is inevitable that we will see brutality and power abuse perpetrated by criminal cops. Our police should serve and protect the citizens of this country, especially the poor and vulnerable, not terrorize and victimize. The SAPS must shape up and shed its notorious image as thugs camouflaged in blue uniform. the people of this country have been losing confidence in the ability of the police to keep them safe. And in the near future, because this is the prediction okumele ngabe Honorable Deputy Minister anikeze yona. In the near future, the people of this country will also lose confidence in the ability of the ANC to lead and govern. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. I can see that on one hand we don't have psychics, but on the other we seem to have some. I hope one day we will hear who's the right one between the two. Ilungu lenhloniphekile lalendlu undunankulu wesifundazwe sase-Free State. Order, honorable members, can we allow the Premier of the Free State to address the House? Thank you, honorable member.
Honorable Chair, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members. Madam Speaker, the proclamation by our forebearers 60 years ago at Kliptown, at a solemn occasion of the adoption of the Freedom Charter.
Madam House Chair.
Honorable Premier, can you take your seat? Honorable point you are rising on.
I rise on Rule 14S of the Joint Rules, Madam House Chair.
Yes.
I would say, is it parliamentary for a Premier who's presided over massive corruption in his province to speak in this House today?
Honorable member, Steenhuisen. That is not a point of order. If you have substantive issues that you know about an honorable member, you'll address that in an appropriate matter in a substantive motion. I don't think this is a matter, and I will rule that you are out of order on this one. I would allow the honorable Premier to proceed with his speech.
Well, Honorable President, let me tell you, the people of South Africa have shown confidence in the ANC by continuously voting for this party for the last 20 years, and they will continue doing so. And under your leadership, South Africa today.
Point of order.
Honorable Premier, can you take your seat? Yes, honorable member, what's the point you're rising on?
Chairperson.
Honorable Gadi, can you allow the chair to chair? There is one chair who is presiding, and I'm allowing your colleague to address me on a pointer on which he's risen.
Is it parliamentary to be addressed by a person who's in the pocket of the
Honorable member, honorable members, I think we need to respect this debate. I have said if members have got substantive motions, they know what to do. And you can't keep on rising on point of orders which are actually not, and you want to make political statement. Honorable Premier, can you proceed?
No, on a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Malima,
On a point
what
of
is the point of order in which you're rising?
No, the Speaker of the EFF had not even concluded to say. And I think it's wrong of you to even cut him because you don't know if he's got more information to share with you. Because the reality is that we are a person who's funded by foreigners himself, called the Guptas. So that's the point the honorable member wanted to raise. Is it parliamentary to be addressed by a person who's pocketed by foreigners in the name of the Guptas? To check. If it's parliamentary, he can continue.
Honorable Malima, honorable members, I really hope all of us seated here do respect this House. I had said to your colleague and I've said to Honorable Steenhuisen, if there are matters that members know, they need to make substantive motions, not what they've done on the pretext on a point of order. Can we please allow the Premier to continue?
Chair,
Honorable Dlozi.
Can we please check if the Honorable Premier, at least if he's a South African?
Honorable
Can he show
Dlozi.
us his ID or something?
Honorable
Passport.
Dlozi. Honorable Dlozi. I really ask members that we allow the debate to proceed.
Honorable Chair of the House,
Honorable Floyd, what is your point of order?
Honorable Toko, can I address you on an issue I've risen here to speak?
You can address me. Can you please not point to a member? You are speaking through the chair.
Yes, through you, Chair. The gentleman who's sitting down here is eating.
Honorable members, can we please stop interjecting so that I can hear a point of order? What is your point of order, honorable member?
The gentleman who's sitting down.
No, can you address me on the point of order in which you are rising?
We have been having a debate here about the State of Nation address. And this guy stands up.
Sorry, there is no guy.
Well,
it's an honorable member.
The Premier of
honorable member.
The honorable member, which is questionable, but the honorable member is stood up here to disrupt a proper proceedings of this. So he's eating his own medicine. He must
Honorable Shibambo. Honorable Shibambo, can you take your seat? Because what you have just made is not a point of order. Honorable Premier, can you proceed?
No, thanks, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chairperson.
I'm not worried at all.
Honorable Premier, can you take your seat? Honorable
Not worried
Gadi.
at all.
Thank you. Sit down.
Gadi.
You are not the chair.
The speaker, the chairperson said
You are not
sit
the
down.
chair.
Honorable Premier, can you take your seat?
Yeah.
Honorable Gadi, can you make
Honorable
a point of order?
Chairperson, it is unfortunate, if I may address you, that a member of this House was addressing this House. The Premier stood up and asked if she is a South African. So now we want to also ask the question from him. He did not withdraw. He was not made to withdraw. He was not even reprimanded for that. Can he be reprimanded so that he can continue very well? Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Gadi, you are not rising on a point of order. The chairperson, the deputy chair of the National Council of Provinces, ruled on that matter, and we're not going to go back to that ruling. Honorable Premier, can you please address the House? He will be able to address you probably if you were to give him a chance and listen. Honorable Premier?
Well, I'm not bothered at all. This is what the opposition always does. President, the people of South Africa have full confidence in you. And I think as the president of the country and the deputy president and the ANC, you must just stay focused. Let me tell South Africans about the history. Yes, there is number one in South Africa, and that is President Jacob Zuma, not Helen Zille. There are people who like and love to be called presidents, and all of them joined the African National Congress. And when there were no more leaders, when there were no more premiers, when there were no more mayors and councillors, they opened their parties, because this title of president can actually be given by everybody. And all of them, from Julius Malema to the rest, when they were in the ANC, that's why they are jumping.
Honorable members.
Point of order.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Premier of the Free State, can you please address this house as Honorable Julius, not by his first name.
That's convention,
Thank you.
Honorable Malema. All of them, when they were in the ANC, they said to South Africans, the ANC has delivered. Some of them said, my blood is black, green, and gold. And I will die and kill for Zuma. All of them, they may pretend today, all of them from the DA to the Honorable Malema, they have interacted with the Guptas because the Guptas are business people in South Africa. All of them.
No, on a point of order, Chair. On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Premier, can you take your seat? Honorable Malema.
It is extremely wrong for Honorable Mahashule to suggest I've interacted with the Guptas.
You have.
I've never interacted with the Guptas. President Zuma can confirm that. I don't know those people. Please.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Malema.
Honorable.
Your point has been not. No, it was not a point of order, but a point of clarification to the Premier. Honorable Premier, you can proceed.
One day I will tell South Africans how we interacted with the Guptas, and I was with Honorable Julius Malema the first time we met them.
Honorable Premier.
No, on a point of order, Chair.
Honorable
On a
Premier.
point of order. Ace, you are lying. Ace is lying. I've never interacted with the Guptas. The person who asked for a meeting between me and the Guptas was President Zuma, and I refused, and Vuiswa can tell you that. I've never interacted with the Guptas. So
Order,
stop
honorable
lying,
members.
Ace. Stop lying.
Order. Order, honorable members.
On a point of order.
Honorable. Order.
You see, Honorable Members.
Honorable
point
members.
of order.
Honorable Premier. Honorable members, can we please be quiet so that we can hear one another? Honorable Mandela.
Yes, Chair, on a point of order. Is it parliamentary to call another member of the House that is lying in the House?
Order, honorable members. As we all know, it is not parliamentary to say another member is lying, and we dealt with that matter early on. Can I please ask members to remember the rulings of this House, but also the protocols and the procedures? Can we also listen to one another so that we can conclude the debate in time? Honorable Premier.
I was saying there is no need to worry about cadre deployment, because when the DA came into power in the metro of Cape Town, a former municipal manager, Mkoki, was immediately expelled by the DA. There is one municipal manager called Bruce Kanemeyer. I still have his letter. When he was dismissed by the DA, that letter will be for public. The letter said, you are an ANC member, there is no way you will carry out the policies of the DA, therefore you are dismissed. So there is nothing to worry about the DA. The ANC and the president must govern this country without fear. We have been democratically elected by the majority of the people of South Africa.
Honorable Premier, can you take your seat? Honorable Ollis.
Chairperson, would you ask the Premier if he would take a question about his website? I can't find it.
Honorable Premier, will you take a question?
I'll be wasting my time.
It's blank.
Thank you. Honorable Ollis, can you take your seat?
The problem with South Africa today is because as we're building a nation and reconciling our people, we never went for those people who murdered and killed, and some of them are honorable members, who were in the South African Defense Force, who maimed and killed our own brothers and sisters here in South Africa, in Lesotho, in Namibia. They are sitting in this house.
On a point of order, Madam Chair.
Honorable Premier, can you take your seat?
Yes.
Honorable Kati, what is your point of order?
Madam Chair, is it parliamentary for a member who's speaking at the podium to cast aspersions on the honorable members? Because none of them were involved in the killing of our people in Marikana here. Thank you.
Some of the honorable members.
Order, Honorable Premier. Honorable Kati, can you also be patient as you ask others to be? Honorable Premier, in his speech, didn't refer to any specific member. However, Honorable Premier asked that we should not use references that might be inferred to others in a manner that casts aspersions. So can we continue with the speech?
It's just that, Madam Speaker, it is factual and it is true that some of the members, honorable members here, during apartheid participated in murdering our brothers and sisters. It's the truth. We can cite them, we can call them by names. It's unfortunate we can't do it now.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, can we please lessen our voice to listen to one another? Honorable Premier, can you please proceed with your speech?
Yes. Honorable President, even President Nelson Mandela, the icon of the entire world, was never wanted by the opposition party, especially the DA. Former President Thabo Mbeki was never wanted by the opposition, especially the DA. So there is no way they will want you. There is no way they will love and want the ANC to rule this country. Because their time is over. There is no more time for clean business and clean bus. That is the problem of South Africa today. Some of honorable members are still longing for those days of apartheid to be called buses and misses. That time is gone. It will never come back. South Africa is moving forward. It is a non-racial, non-sexist, united democratic organization. In terms of local government, and I heard one of the members of the opposition here talking about provinces. This member of the opposition, the DA, is not saying, the Honorable Julius, is not saying all the provinces of South Africa, especially those under the ANC. If you go there, there is water, there is electricity, there is housing. The Eastern Cape last year, every week, once a week, they delivered a school. Every year, the ANC government, through national fiscus, is building houses in each and every municipality, including the municipalities of the DA.
Order.
Because that is not a provincial competence. It is a national competence, and the ANC is doing.
Order. Premier, can you take your seat? Honorable Premier.
Don't worry.
Honorable members, can we please not shout at members to take your seat? The Premier has heard he was going to take his seat. Honorable member.
I just want to check whether if the Honorable Premier will be prepared to take a question.
Honorable Premier, would you be prepared to take a question?
Because Branford, there's no
Sorry,
one was speaking.
Honorable member, you asked, so I'm asking the Premier, he will respond.
The Honorable Member Mirapelo knows he was a spokesperson of the Premier and we fired him.
Honorable
and
members.
he knows the reasons why we fired him.
Honorable members.
Point of order.
Order.
A point of order, Chair.
Order, honorable members. I take it that the Premier was saying he's not going to answer to your question.
But it's not true that
Point of order. Honorable member. Honorable member.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
You can't do that because the Premier is behaving in an unparliamentary manner. You asked him if he will take the question. And he
Yes,
says
I did.
other unnecessary things. Instead of you saying to him, are you going to take a question, yes or no? And I know for a fact that if it was a member of another political party, you would have dealt with that person harshly.
Honorable Malema.
Please ask aides to behave. This is not a legislature. It's a national parliament. Please.
Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema. Can you stand up? Can you address the Premier as honorable? I did the same on your behalf, so can you do it?
Honorable Ace Makashule.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Can I please... Yes, honorable member, what point are you rising on?
Can it be on record that the Premier is lying? I was never his spokesperson.
Honorable member, can you please withdraw lying? It's not parliamentary.
He's intentionally incorrect to say that I was...
Honorable member, can you withdraw? Honorable member, can you withdraw?
I withdraw the
Thank you very much. Honorable Premier.
Well, let me leave the Honorable Khotso Mirapelo because he knows he was indeed a member of the leader of the Youth Commission.
Point of order, Madam
Order,
Chair.
honorable member. Honorable Kadi, can you please not exchange words with members in the other side of the House? Honorable member, what point are you rising on?
I rise on a point of order to call on the Honorable Premier of the Free State.
Can you address the chair, not the Premier? Yes.
That he should not claim easy victories and tell lies. Khotso Morapela was never the spokesperson of the Free State. I want to challenge him to produce evidence that Khotso Morapela was once or ever his spokesperson in the Free State. Because I'm from the Free State.
Order, honorable members. The issues of producing evidence to one another, I'm sure, will happen out of this House and be provided to you.
Order, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
10 minutes of Premier has come and gone. Can we move on?
Honorable members, can we please not rise on spurious points of orders? Honorable Premier, can you please round up your speech?
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, what is the point of order?
The Premier of Free State has misinformed the public because people of Skukune are not drinking water, and he's saying ANC have delivered water.
Order, honorable member. Order, honorable member, can you take your seat? Can we allow the Premier to conclude his speech?
Honorable Chair, simple logic tells us that there is no way you can address all the challenges of South Africa at once. And that's why the African National Congress says tomorrow will still be better than today. There are people who got houses in 1995. There are people who got houses in 2012. There are people who will get houses today and tomorrow. So there isn't in life and in anywhere and any part of the world where you deliver everything. It is because, and people don't want us to talk about apartheid and what apartheid did to us.
Just tell us about the Mercs.
The African National Congress has indeed electrified South Africa. It is only even through and during the term of President Jacob Zuma that you now have a long-term planning. That is visionary leadership. Long-term planning, Vision 2030, which has been adopted, I'm not worried about these political parties, by the masses of this country, the National Development Plan. It is through and under the leadership of the ANC, under the leadership of Jacob Zuma, that South Africa for the first time has envisaged this infrastructure plan.
Honorable
For the
Premier.
first time in history.
Honorable Premier, your time is up. Order, honorable members. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam House Chair, thank you very much. It's very clear today that the ANC brought their B team to Parliament, and it's been great fun taking them on. But let's be honest, and the Premier of the Free State has proven it here in the House today, that there is a man called number one. And he's absolutely right. He is number one. Because in this House, he's the number one rule breaker of the parliamentary rules. He broke his compact with Parliament and his oath to uphold and defend the Constitution when he failed to appear in this House to answer questions as he is meant to do, and then spent the rest of the year hiding away from Parliament whilst playing a bizarre pass-the-parcel game with the Speaker of the National Assembly. Now, we saw him on SABC News the other evening. We saw him on SABC News. When asked what we need to do to sort Parliament out, the man has the temerity to say we must apply the rules sharply. Apply the rules sharply? Well, when are those rules going to be applied sharply to you, Mr. President? You lost every right to complain about Parliament when you broke the rules. And we're going as the Democratic Alliance to court to ensure that your stormtroopers, Mr. President, are never, ever, ever allowed to come into this chamber and haul elected members of Parliament out of their seats in defiance of the Constitution. Now, we had the Premier of the here today. Thank goodness he only comes once a year. And he starts to talk a little bit about the past. But you know, when you talk about the past, you better make sure your facts are right, because in his ranks sit former members of P.W. Botha's cabinet. We're not even going to go down some of the stuff that happened at Quattro, perpetrated by some people in this House. And Mr. Premier, your memory's short. We didn't get rid of President Mbeki. You got rid of President Mbeki. But the Honourable Maimani spoke earlier today about all these mini-me Zoomers that are running around the country. And there is the best example. Tenders. Gupta connections for him and his son. Unemployment in his province the lowest in the country. Corrupt MECs kept in office despite despicable findings against them. And not to mention the 11 Mercedes-Benzes. So instead of coming here and bullying a young woman in Parliament, perhaps your time would have been better spent in your province sorting out the 26 towns that don't have water. You've proven that in your province, nothing is free and everything's in a state. If you are the ace up the ANC sleeve, Man, you've got a weak hand. We then had the former Minister of Police, Minister of Arts and Culture, came and told us about the national symbols. He left one out, ladies and gentlemen. He took us through them one by one, but he left the most important national symbol out, and that is Nkandla. Because Nkandla is a national symbol of corruption, greed, and abuse of political office. Then we had the former Minister of Finance, the current Minister of Local Government, Cooperative Governance. I don't know if he's in the House. It looks like he may have scampered off. But frankly, your actions in Mogalakwena created the problem. It took the DA precisely to raise it in Parliament and for us to go and see for ourselves on the ground to see what a terrible job you and your department were doing in dealing with it. It took the DA to get you off your hands and into the community to try and sort it out. But you see, the broader problem, and you know, we see the original archetypical technocrat, Honourable Godon, coming here today, talks about the systems and all the tinkering around the edges with the structure. The problem's not with the structure. The problem's with the substance. Your municipalities have been infiltrated by cadres who want to rape and plunder the public coffers for their own benefit and for the benefit of their families. And that's the problem. When are you going to do something about that? But you know, perhaps I've got a theory about why he's no longer the finance minister. And that might be because he's not very good with figures. He kept saying if the Honourable Maimane wants to be in government, he must come to this side of the house. The ANC has lost a vote in every single election since 1994, and in every single election, the Democratic Alliance has gone up. It's not going to be long before we're there. Honourable Messina, shame. Honourable Malema will know him, I'm sure, very well. He was put in charge of the task team, the ANC Youth League task team, that eventually drove the ANC Youth League into liquidation. The ANC Youth League had to shut its doors under his watch, and now he's doing the same to business in South Africa. Then we had the Honourable Mahakam Bashlela, who lectured us in democracy. She lectured us in democracy. But please, Honourable Member, please give a copy of your speech to the President and the Speaker, because they need the lecture in what democracy is, not the opposition. You moan about the fact we've got to go to courts. Well, that's because you're also awful at doing your jobs in the government, and so inept that we've got to go and fix your mess in the courts. It's instructive to note that every time we go to court we win, and you keep losing, but perhaps that goes without saying. You moaned about Khayelitsha. Well, a very interesting fact, colleagues. Every single ward in Khayelitsha has an ANC ward councillor. The sub-council is an ANC sub-council. If your councillors are not doing their job, don't come and blame it on us. The next person we have up this afternoon is Honourable Patel. And all we know, we heard what the Honourable Nzimande said in the House about the SACP and how they're not represented here. Well, we all know the truth there. The truth of the matter is, though, the last time that the SACP had a real red amongst them was a Johnny Walker red.
Order, honourable members. Honourable Minister Patel.
Honourable President and Deputy President, honourable members and guests. On Thursday evening, the State of the Nation address placed the economy at the centre of government's plans for this administration. It was timely because slower domestic and international growth requires that we do much more to speed up inclusive growth, job creation, radical economic transformation, and realising the vision of the Freedom Charter. We have enormous challenges. We also have cause for optimism on investment, on infrastructure and on jobs, and we need to build on these. First, on investment. The broad trend line of investment in the past 4 years has been positive, recovering from the dramatic loss of investment during the global economic crisis. A number of surveys on investment from outsiders tell the same story. Africa is successful in attracting foreign direct investment, and South Africa, in turn, attracts the largest share of such investment. The latest report from the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development said that South Africa attracted 79 billion rand in foreign direct investment in 2013, 110% more than the previous year. Ernst & Young's 2014 African Attractiveness Survey says that Africa has risen to become the second most attractive investment destination in the world, tied with Asia. South Africa remains the largest destination of foreign direct investment projects on the continent, according to Ernst & Young, with compound annual growth rate of more than 16% since 2007. And South Africa's foreign direct investment projects exceeded that of the whole of North Africa. Government supports efforts to boost private sector investment consistent with the National Development Plan. The IDC is ramping up its industrial funding, committing an average of 12 billion rand a year over the past 5 years, helping to create or strengthen new industries, such as the green energy and filmmaking sectors. Every 1 billion rand IDC investment on average attracts 2 billion rand from other investors, crowding in private investment to get the economy moving. The PICC work on infrastructure encourages companies to commit new investment, as a recent letter from a large mining company executive illustrates, and I quote, "As a result of the integrated PICC planning process, Exxaro has been able to advance its feasibility studies relating to multi-billion rand investments in coal mining activities in the Waterberg," unquote. Honorable Hill Lewis asked us to focus on agro-processing. 11 months ago, Asia's largest commodity trader opened a major soya crushing plant in Standerton in Mpumalanga. The company invested 720 million rand and now produces more than 900 tons of soya cake, hull or edible oil a day, every day. Much of this is going to expand poultry farming as the products are largely used as chicken feed. A few days ago, the Industrial Development Corporation agreed to a loan facility to enable the first group of black farmers to become suppliers of soya beans to this factory. The weaker global growth underlined the need for greater value addition in our domestic market, more reliance on domestic and regional sources of demand, and the urgency of addressing industrial relation tensions and conflict. We are not alone in confronting these challenges. Indeed, growth rates as a whole have slowed across the world, and in BRICS, both Brazil and Russia now have growth rates below that of South Africa. A key market for our goods, the European Union, is trapped in low growth of about 0.5%. Yet given the scale of our own needs as a country, we need to do more on growth and on jobs. During a session of the World Economic Forum in Davos recently, President Zuma shared a platform with investors in the state. One major private investor was blunt in his advice. Use your minerals to build a manufacturing base. If companies want to do business on the continent, they need to help industrialize Africa, he said. The SONA 9-point plan is our response to the weakening global and domestic economy. It places more focus on adding local value to our mineral resources, expanding agro-processing, growing the oceans economy, expanding investment, promoting infrastructure development, and reducing workplace conflict. Which brings me secondly to the National Infrastructure Plan. We are now implementing the largest infrastructure program in the country's history, the largest on the continent. Employment numbers are sharply up on infrastructure projects. Spending in the last 2 quarters is 10% higher than a year ago. Local manufacturing of buses, of taxis, of rail wagons, of locomotives and trucks are the backbone of the program. There are challenges as we roll out this program, but there's also real, tangible progress. As they recognize the frank advice we give about the infrastructure program, but we do believe, Honorable Shenge, that our targets are achievable if we work differently. For example, in 3 weeks' time, we will visit the town of Pofadder in the Northern Cape to open a new solar power plant. Kaku,
Order.
developed.
Minister, can you take your seat? Honorable Filtani.
Thank you, Chair. It pains me to see so many male members this side fast asleep during deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, can you proceed?
As I was saying before, interrupted, in 3 weeks' time, we will visit the town of Pofadder in the Northern Cape to open a new solar power plant, Kaku, developed in partnership with a foreign investor and the IDC. The plant is ready to bring 100 megawatt of solar energy onto the grid. And a similar size Eskom wind farm was opened recently in Matsikama. Together, these two power plants will bring 200 megawatts to the grid, roughly equivalent to the annual household energy consumption of Newcastle, Grahamstown, Stellenbosch, Knysna, and Mossel Bay combined, or more than the entire energy generating installed capacity of Lesotho and Swaziland combined. A day later, we will open a hydro energy scheme on the Orange River that will generate 10 megawatts of energy, equal to the annual household energy use of Swellendam, or Gamagara, or Kokama. Since the start of the green energy program, we've generated 1,700 megawatts of energy from the sun, wind, and water, more than the entire installed energy capacity of many developing countries. This is real progress, green energy, real development. Honorable members, load shedding is damaging to the economy and to the lives of South Africans. Imagine having load shedding not for 2 hours a day, but 24 hours a day for the whole year. Regrettably, many South African families experience exactly that because they have no access to energy. But we are changing that. Ms. Boniwe Gabela is a resident of Jadu Place, a settlement near eThekwini. She's an unemployed mother of 2 children. In July last year, her residence was connected to the grid. She said this changed her life. She used to buy paraffin, a candle, and matches for 20 rand a day. Now she pays less than 5 rand a day for electricity because she qualifies for free basic electricity. Her story is not unique. Since April last year, 159,000 houses were connected to the grid, which means, Mr. President, that about 650,000 more South Africans, women, men, and children, were able to access electricity. Energy transforms lives, and therefore it's so urgent to expand our capacity to generate electricity for more South Africans. In the year ahead, we expect a substantial quantity of green energy to come onto the grid. We're going to open 13 more solar, wind, or hydro plants. My colleague, Minister Brown, will address the House on other steps to deal with the energy challenges tomorrow. Cities are being transformed through the BRT system that allows those without cars the same convenience to move around the city, but quicker and cheaper. Tembi Zondo is a resident of Tshwane. She travels daily to work at the local district hospital on the new Arieng system. She says she pays 16 rand a day on the bus, compared to 40 rand she used to pay on the taxi. Every bus has free Wi-Fi, a boon to the students, and I should say there's no scrambling of the signal. There are now 8 cities building new bus lanes for the BRT system, and currently many thousands of passengers are using this. As we celebrate 60 years of the Freedom Charter, infrastructure development is key to realize its goals. It promotes the clause that the people shall share in the country's wealth. There shall be work and security. The land shall be shared among those who work it. The doors of learning and culture shall be opened, and there shall be houses, security, and comfort. The major new water programs will bring water for small holder farmers and allow small businesses to obtain reliable supply of water to take their business forward. In the water sector, there are 12 large infrastructure projects ranging from dam building, Mzimvubu, Klein Willem, Namitwa, and Lesotho, water pipelines from Mokolo Crocodile, Vaal Gamagara, and Olifants River, sanitation projects such as the Sedibeng scheme, and addressing acid management. Infrastructure is powering our industrialization program. In the past 12 months, we opened many factories directly connected to the supply of components or rolling stock used in our infrastructure. In February last year, PTIP opened a thin-film solar experimental plant in Stellenbosch. In March, DCD Wind Towers opened a plant making wind towers in Kucha. In April, Grindrod expanded their locomotive furbishing capacity. In July, foreign investor FAW opened a large truck factory in Kucha. In July the same month, Jinko Solar opened a factory to assemble and laminate solar panels in Epping. In October, Iveco opened a truck and bus plant in Pretoria. 350 new jobs, 1,000 planned at full production. In November, Gestamp opened a wind tower plant in Atlantis. In December, SMA Technologies opened a factory making solar inverters in Cape Town. And in March this year, we will open the new premises of a majority black-owned factory in Blackheath, which supplies buses to municipalities. Busmark has IDC support to expand its operations. 2 years ago, honorable members, we imported buses for municipalities from Brazil. Today, we assemble them here, most of the bus bodies made here. And since April last year, 151 buses have been made locally here in South Africa, in Germiston, in Randfontein, in Cape Town. And while Honorable Maimane laments about jobs that he says we talk about, we work with investors, we create jobs. In the limited time available, I cannot tell the stories of Ms. Rosina van Rooyen, who now uses the new Harry Soorti Hospital in Uppington, whereas she previously had to go to Kimberley for cancer treatment. Or Bafana Mdluli, who grew up on the disability grant of his aged dad, and is now a third-year medical student, living in a newly built 300-bed student residence at the University of Pretoria. Or Pumyetzi Ulana, who is a 14-year-old scholar at a newly built school in the remote village of Tsumo in the Eastern Cape, whose school was built in 12 months compared to the normal 30 months. Or Sanele Kumalo, who works at Ingula as a mechanical engineering technician. Or the rural communities connected to telephone signals and broadband through SK projects in the Karoo. But I do want to make the point that infrastructure is transforming this economy. There are successes, but there are also challenges, real challenges, mistakes that are made, poor execution of projects. They're there, they're real, they're taking place. It means we must fix them, we must do things differently. Focus on maintenance so that communities don't sit with broken infrastructure. Integrate our regulatory systems so that permissions and permits are better integrated, and we're doing that now. Use the hard lessons from the construction of Medupi, Kusile, and Ngula to build capacity in the state, to bring engineering, project management, and financial control systems in place. We're reviewing ways to increase funding through the private sector, public institutions such as the IDC, and institutional investors. We're dealing with cartels who corruptly fix prices in markets, and we'll be strengthening our action, our laws, to activate criminal sanctions for collusion in the period ahead.
Minister, can you take your seat?
Please will you
Honorable Ollis, what point of order are you rising on?
Please will you ask Minister Patel if you take a question on Medupi?
Honorable Minister, can you respond whether you will take a question?
Very happy once I'm done.
You never will be.
Thank you very much. Minister, you can continue.
The theft of copper cable and metal from infrastructure causes serious damage to the economy, disrupting trains, cutting water supplies, disrupting energy to the economy. This year, proposals with the full support of all the premiers will be tabled to strengthen legislation through 1, minimum sentencing of 15 years where theft causes serious disruption. 2, tightening the regulation of scrap metal dealers and prohibiting payments in cash for scrap. 3, making it more difficult to obtain bail in cases of unlawful possession of copper cable. And 4, clamping down on the trade and export of scrap metal. In the 4 years left of this administration, we'll make the changes to our systems to allow large infrastructure programs to reach more communities and assist with more investment. Honorable members, it is said that countries do not invest in infrastructure because they are wealthy. They become wealthy because they invest in infrastructure. And they create jobs, which brings me thirdly and finally to jobs. Statistics South Africa released the latest jobs numbers on Tuesday last week. It pointed to the still continuing high levels of unemployment, which require bold steps and consistent effort. But it also showed that the economy created 203,000 new jobs in the last quarter of 2014. 15.3 million people are now employed, the highest yet in our economic history. The number of unemployed dropped by 242,000 and the number of discouraged job seekers declined.
Minister, can you take
Will
your
the Minister
seat,
take a
Honourable
question
Member?
on those job stats?
As soon as I'm done.
Can you
Annual
please take
job creation grew by 143,000, and most of the new non-seasonal jobs came from construction, underlying the importance of infrastructure. These are positive, but we cannot be complacent because millions of South Africans are still unemployed. We need to increase the rate of job creation. We need to meet the aspirations of young South Africans. But while I reflect on this debate, I saw very little reference earlier, particularly from the leader of the opposition, to some of these recent developments in our labor market. Now, fans of Sherlock Holmes will recall the story of the dog that did not bark. The dog that did not bark. We saw Honourable Maimani's passion and eloquence. We saw the national statistic quoted very selectively. We saw playing to the gallery when the nation looks to Parliament for leadership and maturity. What we did not see was any comment on the DA's record in power in the Western Cape to show that they can offer anything more than showmanship. Permit me, therefore, to use the same definition of unemployment, the same database that Honourable Maimani has used, but just apply it to the Western Cape. What does it show us? Premier Zille took office in 2009 in a province without the enormous underdevelopment of areas that incorporated the poverty-stricken ex-Bantustans, without the skills deficits in many parts of the country. Premier Zille in 2009 inherited from the ANC a provincial unemployment rate of 19.9%. Remember that figure, 19.9. Write it down. The lowest in the country, the lowest in the country. Today that rate is 24.5%, almost 5 percentage points higher. And it grew at a faster rate than the national rate. When she assumed power, there were 25,000 unemployed persons
Minister, will you
in
take
the
a
Western
question
Cape.
on those stats?
After I'm done. When she assumed power, there were 525,000 unemployed persons in the Western Cape. Today, 6 years later, there are 705,000 unemployed persons in the Western Cape, or 181,000 additional unemployed people, 34% more than when she took office. While job numbers grew in both the Western Cape and South Africa as a whole since 2009, the racial composition of the jobs go to the tragedy of DA policies. The bulk of job creation in the Western Cape continue to benefit white compatriots. Now, white South Africans are a valued and important part of our country. They are part of our nation, as are black South Africans. They make up 16% of Western Cape residents of working age in 2014. Yet they benefited from 57% of total job growth in the province, or 73,000 net new job opportunities from April 2009. In contrast, Africans who make up 32% of the working age population only got 16% of new jobs. The DA members who spoke here today failed to do a provincial comparison of job numbers for the past 12 months, as they have done on previous occasions. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because the number of new jobs in Northwest grew by 80,000 for the year 80,000, in Limpopo by 67,000, in Gauteng by 58,000, in Free State by 26,000, and regrettably in the Western Cape, 65,000 jobs were lost. Regrettably, I say regrettably because the people of the Western Cape deserve better. The Honorable Hill Lewis asked if he lived in the same country as the President. I invite him to visit the other country, the one where most voters live, not Camps Bay, not Bishop's Court, but Masipumelele Township near Ocean View. Visit the area where people live side by side next to
Honourable
open sewer
Minister.
canals, where young children play in conditions of
Honourable
squalor and
Minister.
stench, where their dreams are dashed because they speak
Honourable Minister.
isiXhosa, because they come from the wrong part of town. Thank you very much.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, order. Members, can you take your seats? Members, can you please take your seats? Those members who requested to ask questions and they were allowed by the ministers, respective ministers, that they would answer, I will appreciate that either they questions in writing or they answer one another outside. Honorable members, this brings the speakers' lists for today to an end. The debate will resume tomorrow at 2 p.m. in this house. The house is adjourned.